Fabian? Bereit, wenn du es bist. Hast du angeschaltet?
Test? Yep, ist da.
Sehr gut.
Sagst du an, Olli?
Ja. Und zwar jetzt.
Okay, welcome to TYPO3 Developer Days 2023. It's so great to have you all here, and it's so great that so many of you come and join us the next 3 days. We're very happy and very proud to have this event here. I know you all want to hear the keynote, so I'll try to speed up a little and just give you a quick overview about the organizational stuff the next days, and then I will hand over right to the keynote. First of all, of course, next to all of you, it's very important for us to have all the sponsors with us, and so give a big applause for all our sponsors that helped us to make this event happen. Now to the organizational stuff. Of course, what's the most important? The coffee. You will find coffee in the restaurant. There are stations where you can get special coffees. So yeah, go out here and you find all the coffee. About all the other drinks, all soft drinks are free till the end of the dinner. Alcoholic drinks are self-pay. Of course, during the social event, beer, wine, and soft drinks are free until 0 o'clock. And cocktails are always on self-pay, and after midnight, everything's on self-pay. What is important, of course, maybe this time not as much as the last time, because the last time it was very hot, but still, please drink enough. So there will be stations down here, and there will be stations up at the room, and there will be stations in the pavilion, so that you get enough drink. What is not allowed is that food and drinks may not be taken into the conference rooms, and if you have any questions, please go to the counter, or if the staff of the hotel gives any instruction, please follow. Now to the rooms. As you might see, there are a lot more people here, like the last TYPO3 Dev Days, so we have a new room. The new room is over there in that other pavilion over there. Maybe some of you who have been here last year, it is there where the coding night happened last year. So to give you an overview, we have 3 rooms. We have this room, and this room will not be split up like the last years. It will stay in this, like it is in the moment. The second room will be in the pavilion, and the third room will be upstairs. And of course, thanks a lot for all the room sponsors. We have some specialties this year. One of it is doctors are in. It's on Saturday from 9 till 10:45 in room Z3. So if you go to the reception right now, there are so small cards, look like the card you see here. And you can write your question, your problem, your symptom, whatever you want, you can write on that. And then when you give a small donation to Coding School Junior in Düsseldorf, the doctors will help you on Saturday. Sorry. What also goes to the Coding School Junior this year is the TYPO3 merch sale, which is outside. So if you go follow this QR code, you see what the Coding School Junior actually is. And everything that we get from the doctors are in, and from the merch sale will go to that school. Like in the last years, there will be a Best Talk Award, of course. So when the normal talk's starting, you will get this green and yellow and red cards. Please hand them over to the helping hand when you leave the talk, and the best talk will be awarded on Saturday. What we also have are some special rooms. One very important special room, especially when so many people are in that hotel, is the chill out room upstairs. So when you go upstairs and go to the left, there's a chill out room which is meant to be quiet, and you can go there and say, hey, there are so many people, I want to go there, I want to be quiet, and there's puzzle time and so on. So yeah, please respect the need for silence and stay quiet there. You can puzzle, you can paint, but you can't talk. The other chill out room this year is a little more active actually. So the chill out room up here in that round room, there's an air hockey and other things that are not so quiet, but when you want to go out of that whole tech thing and just want to be a little active, there's a chill out room up there. If you never say it's too much hack time, which probably is the case for a lot of people here, there's the hacker room up there, 15 and 16. So there's a room which is not meant for tracks, so it's really just meant to sit together, coding, talking, thinking. Yeah. Two other specialties we have this time. One, of course, as you have might seen, it's 25 years of TYPO3, so we want to appreciate all the time TYPO3 and the TYPO3 community has been around. So when you go upstairs and go to the left, there's a timeline which is already filled with some events and some pictures. There's also a picture printer next to it, so you can write a card, print a picture out of your photo wallet or whatever you find. You can look through Flickr. We have looked a lot through old Flickr pictures, which was quite funny. So yeah, please go there and help. And you can sign for 25 years of TYPO3 community. When you go to the main entrance, there's a big sign with that painting on. And you have two pencils actually there where you can write your signature for 25 years TYPO3 community. If you have any other questions, please contact the main reception. The main reception is open and people will be there, and if they can't help, they will find a place for help. One last thing. As you might know, it's very important that when you organize such an event, it's very important that people buy tickets early, because then you can plan. And since a lot of years, we have always the same person buying the first ticket. So as we had last year a very little fan for this person, we have this year a much bigger fan. Thanks, Olivier, for always buying the first ticket. So, enough of the organizational stuff. Welcome, have a great time. Great that you're here, and let's start the keynote. And I welcome on stage Benny and Daniel.
Guys, we're live again.
Yeah, that's okay. So everyone's in it. Can you raise your hands? Make a little noise, maybe? Okay. Whoa, hi. Okay. Can you hear that? No. Extra prints of this picture will be sold.
So can we start now?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that part of the keynote? No?
I'm not sure.
No.
It's not on the slides.
Well, the keynote is usually just the beginning of a great event, and I think this time today, it's not just the keynote is the beginning. The developer days and the last 25 years of TYPO3 are just the beginning, and we're going to tell you why. But first, I want to know, is here somebody who's here for the first time at the developer days?
Yeah.
Hey, really cool that you're here. I hope you enjoy the next 3 days and find a lot of people to connect, but yeah. Are there other people who have been to developer days here at this location? Maybe raise your hand. Okay. Half of them, cool. Who has been to the developer days for more than 5 times? I would say roughly the same amount. Is here anybody who's 35 or younger at age? Okay, I see. Couple of people, probably you've joined the developer days, I don't know, 2007, first time? No, it's been a long time. Okay, but from those people, I think there were a couple of people who were here the last year. I was here. Who was here too? Does anybody remember what I've talked about? No.
Do you?
I didn't, so I picked up my slides from last year. And I just wanted to continue and give you everybody a quick summary of last year. It's really quick because we've talked about TYPO3 and why we are here and connected, and why we come for 3 days if we could, have some fun at work. Why should we come here? And I explained 4 things. We love TYPO3 because it's open source, and I explained why it's so much better than not being open source. We love TYPO3 because of 25 years of stability. We can upgrade and we can, at least try to, or like we have an upgrade path, let's put it this way. It depends on your setup. TYPO3 is flexible. We know the extension system, and you can use it for so many more things than just random website. But TYPO3 is also cool because there's this large community. There's more than it's more than just a piece of software, and it's more than just work, and that's why we're here. And that's the recap from last year. And I thought, if TYPO3 is built by these great people here and around the world, I think Casper, who started TYPO3, he couldn't have done this on his own, building all these features. So let's have a look at 25 years of TYPO3 features, and let's start with a quick quiz.
Should I do the first one?
So you have to explain the rules. Can you explain the rules?
Okay. Rules are pretty simple. You see a picture of... Can you hear me? Yeah, wonderful. So rules are pretty simple. You see a picture of a human being, so guy, girl, man, woman, whatever, so, and developer. And you have to guess which person it is, and next guess would be what that person did for TYPO3. So that's just a little knowledge test.
Or like what the big thing that we still use in TYPO3, what this person built. Let's put it this way. And then, because you can raise your hand, but let's just make it easy.
Or shout.
Just shout out the name, and then on the next, you can shout out what the famous piece of code was added by this person. Go ahead.
Okay, you ready? Should we start? First one.
Casper!
No, it's Jesus.
It's Casper.
First one was right.
and he started TYPO3. But I would say coming up with the concept of extensions is really groundbreaking for TYPO3 as well.
Yeah, I think starting TYPO3 and extension, that goes along pretty well.
Okay, so that was an easy one. By the way, there's no prize for having the loudest voice, but or like having the most wins. Anybody knows this person?
Stefan was first. So full names, not just...
Christian Juhl Jensen.
And what did this person build?
He taught me TYPO3 in 2007.
Yeah, that's why he's...
Well, that's... I know that's groundbreaking for you, but not for the project. Sorry. But this person actually, at least from my recollection...
You're giving it away.
Nobody knows that. Index search, great stuff.
We love it.
We love it. So now another famous person, Robert Lemke.
So that was a lot, being first.
We can use
What did he build? You don't have to. Before NEOS.
It's something we still use today in the TYPO3 community. And there was XBase, Templar Volar. No, everything's wrong.
The library selector extension.
Do you use that still? Phoenix. I would say it's the extension repository API. Actually, this was shut down this year, but it lasted for a long time.
Why was it shut down? Did anything happen?
Yeah, we came up with a better
Okay, cool.
thing. So now we're getting to the more difficult people, difficult challenges. It's not people. Maybe this person is in this room today. I don't know. Mazi.
Where? Who said Mazi? He has inside knowledge. That's
Martin
yeah.
Kutschka. Well, the smart person in the first row, can you also tell me what this person built for TYPO3?
Now bring it.
Yeah, so actually that's Martin Kutschka, but unfortunately I don't know a particular thing that he built. He was involved in many things. I think also like the import-export module thingy.
No.
No, okay.
So what do you do for a living? Import, export.
No, he was actually responsible for, back in the days before we have Unicode handling, he built all this stuff in PHP. And actually part of this code from him and Casper is now used in some other software where it's copied and says like it's from TYPO3. So we don't use it that much anymore, but others do. So that's really cool. So next person.
Irre.
Yeah.
No, the name.
Yeah, that's...
Oliver Harder.
No, not... Okay, so Oliver Harder, and he said Irre. It's like his nickname.
So to translate it English first, crazy. So Olli, what did you build? Ah, there it is, Irre.
Inline relational record editing, is that correct? Stefan, great. Irre.
You have two points on your score.
Okay, next one. Ingo Renner, that's correct. So now he also built many things. He did. Anybody has an idea? Yes. Reports.
Yeah.
Reports. Well, again, he was also a release manager and built a lot of cool things for TYPO3 backend, but he also built the reports module. So now we have a special with two people. Sebastian Kurfürst is one of them. Schnitzel? Bastian Weidelich.
Correct. You have to shout louder.
Fluid, that's correct. Now more difficult example.
First the name, then
Jochen Rau and XSpace, right.
those are the complicated ones.
Challenges. Gabriel, what's
Sort of.
does anybody know this person? Gabriel? François Sauté
Correctly.
from Switzerland, and he was a
Yes.
documentation team lead,
Second one.
but it was the scheduler module, formerly known as Gabriel. So this person might be in this room today. I tried to cut it out. No,
These are the very complicated ones, so you never make a guess.
namespace integration, that's correct. There was 2 people.
He shouldn't be allowed to do that. He's a colleague.
He's working next
Yeah.
to him. Somebody said the wolf, yes. Andreas Wolf, yes.
Yeah.
File abstraction layer, that's
Correct.
correct. Now I need the real name for this person. Spider-Man.
Yeah, heard it? Yeah.
Patrick Bruns,
You know.
that's right. Do you know what he built? I mean, he built the old forms, that's correct. But we're looking for something else today.
Correct.
Yes. Now this guy,
He's not here, right?
I don't, Felix Kopp, that's correct. Backend UI for version 7. Now we're getting, now who's that Texas Ranger? Martin Bless, that's correct. Documentation rendering chain on Sphinx, yes.
Is it going too fast? We thought that would take longer, right?
I thought maybe it's too easy. This person in the back, now it gets easier because some people are here. Professor? No, is that what? Helmut Hummel in the back. Do you know what he actually did? Composer and the TYPO3 console. Georg Ringer?
That's easy.
News, okay. Now it's getting easy. Lolly.
Is this his real name?
Form engine is his real name.
Yeah. Mr. Engine.
Christian Kuhn.
Correct.
And he took a long time to refactor the form engine. Ralf. Does Ralf has a last name?
Engine.
Ralf
Correct.
Zimmermann. What did he do? Form for version 8. Now this person, oh, I think that's meant because it's so easy, sitting in the very back. The new arrow page design was his big thing. Actually, the Bootstrap package, where we actually took some things and put it in TYPO3 core. Okay, now we're getting, I see it's too fast. We're already, done through all the things. Maybe this person, you know what she built for TYPO3? And what her name is? Anja Leixenring? Yes? No, that's actually Susanne Moog. And she built the admin panel API.
Google says that's Susanne.
Google says it's Susanne Moog. Oh no, that's the one. Just checking if you're awake. We have another person. Richard Häser was here in the first row. Do you know what dashboard? And before he built the dashboard extension? SEO, that's right. And the last one from today, also here in this room.
Seen him. turn to your left, to your right. Can you see him?
Everybody's using whatever he built in TYPO3. Benjamin Franzke. Daniel Franzke? No, Benjamin Franzke. You know what he built? Dependency injection.
Correct.
So that was the last one from our quiz. And why did we do this? Because I wanted to show you that it's TYPO3 that's built by people, by humans and not by AI, robots, whatever you want to do. TYPO3 is so powerful because there were people building things for whatever Casper started. And we only had, I don't know, 15 people, but there's so many more who built something, and quite a lot of these people on this list are also here in this room today. But you know what they have in common? They were persistent. They were building something. They were either fixing a bug, they were fixing one thing for the page tree, and then they got sucked up in building a new page tree. That's actually what happened to me. And then you're the expert in this area. And they were just persisting, learning more, and it's really cool to see. And it's just a few more people, and we still have, I don't know, over thousands of contributors to the TYPO3 core. But that's not just the core part. There's so much more going on. So maybe you can tell something about non-core stuff.
So non-core stuff is mostly organizational. We do not only have contributors, we do have some representatives of the TYPO3 project. And most of them are here today, and I want them to stand up. So let's start with the easy part. We do have association board members here, and I see at least 4 of them. Can you please stand up so I can introduce you a little and show your faces? So if you do not know this, we have something like a government, and we do have something like a bingo. Oh, I forgot your elected board members as well. You're so brand new. So these are the new ones. And they're here to be approachable, so if you want to talk to them and just give them feedback, good or bad, they are ready to take it. So, would you like to introduce yourself? Olivier, our president. So, I think we even do have challenges, so he has a crown. Boris is not here, because if you're the king, he must be the queen, so he's the vice president. So then, Stefan Busemann, he has a pig on his, what is the pig? Maybe the piggy bank? Piggy bank, so our treasurer. And Susanne Moog, you know her from Google. She has a pen, so that's, I think, because she's doing all the important stuff, like everyone talks, she documents it. So that's very important. You all know her from the core team. Thomas Maroschik, you've seen him. Nothing special. But working a lot on the product. Then we have Rachel. I'm not sure if I pronounced the last name correct. So Rachel from France. Bonjour, madame. And if you want to talk about UX UI, Rachel is in the UX initiative, so she's team lead as well, so I think she would really like to get in touch with you. Anyone I forgot? Me. So he's doing press, he's the loud guy with a loud voice, and he's... So we know Reverend Neverend, but he's actually a preacher, so he's an open source evangelist at heart, I think. Yeah, please sit down. It's okay. So, and did I take up enough time, or should I just continue a little? Okay, we do have the BCC as well, so there's another part of the association, which is the business control. No, I'm not talking about parties. That's basically easy because it's not that many people, and just 2 of them are here. It's Jochen Weiland, and it's, where's Ingo? Ingo? Ah, Ingo. Stand up.
The BCC.
For your information, they have a really hard job because BCC is a business control committee. That's the boring stuff. That's numbers and all of these things. And we do have the TYPO3 company, which I represent as well. So I don't want everyone from the company to stand up because we're basically busy running all of this. So, you know, Benji, Jolene, maybe a big round of applause because they're running the whole event. And another round of applause because we have help, mostly Punkt.de, so they just assisted with everything, and I'm not sure if Fabian did not want to praise himself, but they deserve a round of applause as well. All right, now I'll speed up. We had something to celebrate this year, so you already heard it because you can leave your sign on the big image in the entry hall. We celebrated 25 years of TYPO3 this year in our office, which was fun, and I promise we will never do it again because we had to take out all of the furniture and set up the party setup, which is a crazy amount of work, but it was worth it. So, great party. I hope you celebrate as well. If not, we'll have another chance on Friday. And we released version 12, because 13, that just confuses me. We had 13 phenomenal release parties. Those were live streamed. That was good. A few impressions of that. That was fun. And we had, so the one is in India, and we also had one in Africa with 4 people, which is amazing, I think. I'm not sure if they're listening or watching the live stream, but that was amazing. So, but why am I here? Facts and numbers. I'm always getting out the interesting parts or the boring parts as well. Something you should know, because I think it is not commonly known, and that's something you all have to celebrate. We are, since 2022, paying the whole core budget from the profit of the company, which is a huge success and makes the life of Stefan Busemann way easier, I guess. So I'm not sure if you knew that, but that's always worth to mention. So. And we'll continue to work on that, so I think we will increase the budget at a given time in the future. So, okay, numbers. These are the biggest developer days we ever had, so that's 353 participants, except someone bought a ticket after 6 p.m. yesterday. If you did, you're not in that. So, it feels like a lot of people, so I think you all, have you ever been to a TYPO3 camp, by the way? Who hasn't? Quite a lot. So these got pretty huge as well. So we had 260 participants in the TYPO3 Camp Mitteldeutschland this year, and 350 is a different story. So it feels like a lot of people, but does it really feel like a lot of people? So I have to put that in relation. I think that's just a glimpse of our ecosystem, and as I'm here for numbers, we'll continue with numbers. So let's say these are the TYPO3 Developer Days participants. 353 people, quite a lot, interesting. But we do have 990 members in the TYPO3 Association, that's companies and individuals. So from the community member upwards to the platinum member. If all of these would be here, the whole area would be crowded, or at least people would stand outside. It wouldn't be sufficient. So, but we have to ask ourselves, why aren't they here? So, so the next biggest number I found is we do have 2,692 clients in the TYPO3 company. So that's pretty interesting because we do have more clients in the company than we have members in the association. If you want to change that because you've figured out I'm not an association member, that's easy to get because you can buy that online and you can talk to Matthias because he has a booth out there and he can talk about why you should become a member. That's maybe important. So we should get to 1,000 members pretty easy. Who's not a TYPO3 association member? Okay. We have community memberships. Those are very cheap.
€7.92 per year, I think it was.
So I think we can get to that 1,000 members today. growth. Then, next
Yeah,
thing.
but why should I become a TYPO3 member?
That-
I ask you, not Matthias.
I'm talking about that later.
Okay.
So it's mostly for the purpose. So a community membership is, of course, if you made a career in TYPO3, if you were able to sustain a living, if you paid for your last vacation, probably, that's just a cappuccino in Venice. So you should consider just giving a little bit of it back. If you're a company, that's a different story, and we will talk about the whole weekend. Yeah, that's why I'm here for. Okay, then, pretty interesting number. We had a few more registered companies on mytypo3.com. So those companies have an account, maybe have a membership, maybe just did certification, so they are registered for a certain purpose or for a certain reason. And I guess you see it, those could become a member as well, so the numbers should add up. And the most interesting part, let's get to the big number, we do have more than 19,000 registered users on mytypo3.org. So that's a pretty huge ecosystem. So if we could get maybe 10% of them to join our events, we'd have total different events, especially the party budget would be different. So why you should become a member? Party budget. Okay, what I'm concerned about, we do have a dark figure. That dark figure is people that had no need to connect with us, because I think TYPO3 is free. Yeah, so you can download it, you can make business, you can do whatever you want with it. But there's no certain need to join our ecosystem. We'd like to change that, and we'd like to find out how big that number really is. And how we will do it is, we will go further together, and there needs to be a reason why you have to join us and why that's beneficial for you. So, of course, you can use TYPO3 in your basement, lights out, like back in the days. So that's why we're also shiny white. But usually you should come out of your basement once in a year and join a TYPO3 event and maybe meet the community. So what are we doing? That's right now the business side. We are creating reasons to join our ecosystem. I think the most obvious reason you all already noted. If not, I'll talk about it. We do right now, and since March, we do have member benefits for on company services for TYPO3 association members. So if you bought maybe ELTS version 10 and you did not register with your association account, so with your membership account, you paid more than you should have, because as an association member, those prices are lower. So that's a reason for a company to become a member, for example. And that's something that's sort of unofficial, and you will hear about it on the TYPO3 conference, which we'll talk about later. Every gold and platinum member will receive an email this week, because we're finally ramping up the partner program as well to create some value for you all. So if you get that mail, please respond, because we are short on time and we have to work together. And maybe something that has a number at heart. We do currently have 78,000 TYPO3 versions out there that are fully unsupported, not LTS, not ELTS. So that's a lot, and it seems like you all do not want to upgrade those projects.
How many?
78,000.
78,000, okay.
So either you all did not upgrade, so raise your hand if you didn't upgrade projects in the past, or we do have a tendency to lose those installations due to running out of time, or they're not interested in using TYPO3 anymore. We'd like to change that, and from the company perspective, we are currently working on a prototype for the TYPO3 SaaS solution, so basically lowering the entry level for TYPO3, and we are doing that with that company, because so Ionos just said, we might have a little money left and some resources, so we'd like to help. They are doing that, and if you want to see on which platform we are building the prototype, that's I think 3:45 p.m. in this room, where Babak from Ionos talks about the TYPO3 Cloud. That's an interesting talk, just so, yeah, it's really amazing. So I think Benny was present at the first presentation, so we sat and we couldn't stand up because it was quite impressive what they did for the infrastructure. So and that's where you get it all back, because I'm done.
No.
I'm not
Please
done.
continue.
Oh, I do have to do that? That's community.
Yeah, that's community.
Okay.
You are part of the community.
One
Also.
more thing. I'm glad and happy to announce the Type 3 conference once again. So we are having the conference back in October. The conference will be in Düsseldorf at Areal Böhler, which is just an old industry site. And I think I'm finally allowed to talk about that. We do have IONOS as patron sponsor for the conference as well. So I think that's another round of applause because I think it wasn't easy in the negotiations. So they are setting up a huge booth, and yeah, a round of applause for IONOS. And what comes along with every conference we had in the past, and of course that's not left out this year, we want to celebrate excellence again, which means the TYPO3 awards are back. So if you have done projects, so version 12, 11, and yes, version 10, because I heard there was some health pandemic issue the last few years, so we are including version 10, and version 12 isn't out for that long. The submission deadline is end of August. So end of August means less than 30 days. If you want to submit your project, speed up a little bit. And yeah, now I'm done.
All right. Thanks a lot for the numbers. Let's see, I mean, we've seen the whole heroes from the past, you know, some people are still here. And then we see what we achieved, or they achieved with TYPO3, with a company, with a, you know, registered users, which is really cool. And I believe these users are humans and not just bot accounts. No,
they're humans.
So that's really cool, and we have the chance today to meet today's heroes at this event. So we have people, you know, we've seen the association board and BCC, we've seen the GmbH, and there's so many more people making TYPO3 what it is today, and, you know, spending their spare time, their free time, or other time, company's time on moving TYPO3 along, pushing it to the next level. And so this is your chance today to meet these people and tomorrow. And so I would like to have everybody who's in a team or is actually contributing to TYPO3 in an official way to stand up so others can see your faces. So
maybe you should split by teams, because if everyone stands up, you can't recognize all those faces.
No, I don't think that everybody will stand up.
I think
you
so.
Can sit. So please stand up if you're, you know, in the server team, UX team, documentation team, accessibility team, core mergers team.
Oh, those are a lot of
team.
contributors. I'm not sure if everyone stood up. If you already stood before,
Other
please
teams,
sit down.
I'm sorry.
No.
Nah. See, you remember these faces? Just look at these faces and remember them so you can talk to them later on. So thanks a lot for your help, and give a big applause. I did not mention the documentation team, but Lina, did you stand up?
You mentioned the documentation team.
Good. So about today, we're also looking a bit into the future. So let's see what will happen after today or after the developer days. And of course, you like numbers. We have a roadmap with dates, so you can, you know, set your calendar, especially for the last date, October 15 next year, for the next LTS release parties. So we have more than 13.
Maybe we can plan them a little bit further ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like parties.
So that's why you have the date now, October 15.
Already have it.
So, and it's like people are like, okay, what are we going to do in the next version, or what is Benny going to show us, and what did he build in his stash or whatever, you know? I don't do that.
Basement.
No, the Git stash. It's developer stuff. And I don't have anything, you know, ready because we have another year. But there's only one goal, And the one goal is don't repeat yourself. Because we're here, because we want to learn more about TYPO3, we know that we do a lot of things in TYPO3 that take a lot of time. And sometimes you just need to do the same things over and over again. If you have multiple projects, you copy stuff from A to B or put it into a side extension, which is smart, so, or another extension so you can reuse it. But there's so many things that we do over and over again, and this is, version 13 is the task where we want to make this much easier. You know, TYPO3 core repeated itself also over and over again in terms of APIs. There's like the URL builder, and we have 4 of them. I don't know. We have a lot of trees, as you heard. Maybe we only need 1 tree, and these kind of things can be achieved. And that's why we have a lot of ideas and things on our list. Things that we currently use, but we want to enhance them, make them better. Like the file abstraction layer. Andreas, I don't know if he's here. It's a great thing that he built this 10 years ago. Maybe we can now go to the next phase, look through all the tickets in Forge, and then make the file abstraction layer better. Or actually, if you build TYPO3 websites, you need to start over and over again with this great error message, no TypoScript template found. And this, or no pages on root level, or whatever. And it would be really good to finally have a themes API where you can actually just plug in your front-end theme, your front-end templates, and exchange them and reuse them in other places. You know, things, I won't go through all of these things. You know, deployable permissions, you create a new content type, and now the editors don't have the permissions. Would be good to have this deployable, all these kind of things. But these are mostly things, you know, don't repeat yourself, things that make our lives easier. However, the users of TYPO3 are not just us, they're also, and most of these people spend quite some time in the TYPO3 backend.
It's almost like we're building the software for someone else to use.
I think we should look into what they need. And we have, you now know Raquel from the UX team, and we have a dedicated team. I don't know, 2 years ago we didn't have that, where we can, you know, look at these things that if you feel like, oh my, every time I do a training for TYPO3, I have to explain page and list module. Maybe we can come up with a better concept, and I have an idea. This is the chance to reach out to the UX team, to other people who just stood up and talk to them about these things for your editors, for your clients. Because that means, I think I mentioned this 10 years ago, if the clients are happy, you have less phone calls and you can do more coding. So everything for TYPO3 in the future is about more fun, less work, and for developers, less meetings. More automation, less manual steps. You know, I don't have to change 5 or 7 files for creating a content type or content block. If we make it easier for editors, we don't have to do so many tedious trainings, just a fun training.
The downside also could be we would have more integrations of TYPO3 out there, so that's more clients you can talk to and that write tickets and that create all that daily fun you have.
Yes, so more fun.
It's not picking up that well, I guess.
More people, more fun, I would say so. And that's where we come into play, basically, for the heroes of the future, because you can be one of these, you know, for the 50-year party, you can be one of these pictures in the quiz. Just find your spot and build something and persist with that, or continue with that. You can collaborate with the teams, as mentioned. There are lots of teams. There's even the content creation team, right? I saw on the website. Content group, there's one. And that's why it's so cool that you're here, because this is the time where you can share your ideas with, hey, I want to build a Kubernetes, Docker, whatever thingy. I just don't know how it would be useful for others. Oh, great. That's the chance to talk to people. And find people who are also really smart, just like you, and collaborate. So find people, find mentors, build extensions, build your solutions, and publish them. And it's also really helpful for me, at least my personal opinion. So there's one guy, I saw him, Chris Müller. Well, there he is. So he just, he wrote a blog post because he found out about something with updating version to version 12, how to deal with that, with Composer, blah, 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 techie stuff. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. And he wrote a blog post because he didn't know what to do either. He just published it, and I could learn from him. So it was really cool to have people blogging about what they learned. So now is the chance, except if you want to attend talks, you can do that too, to do that at the developer days. But we also have code sprints where you can sign up soon on typo3.org. In September, we're in Marburg. In November, there's a community sprint in Düsseldorf. In January, somewhere in Germany. And in April, in Fuerteventura, there's the surf camp.
That must be the fun part, right?
That's the fun part.
Yeah. So,
the community sprint is the fun part.
Yeah, but the disclaimer is, if you never attended a community sprint, you do not have to be afraid. You can just join that and sign up and just go there and help. So we'll find something for you to do. If you're not a coder, we do have a coffee machine. I'll give you a little introduction, especially in Düsseldorf. Then you can make coffee for the coders. So that creates value as well.
Exactly.
I had to mention that, sorry.
But then you don't have anything to do anymore.
I think that is the plan. So, of course, I have nothing to do then, but I do not want to organize the 50 years party either, so I'd like to be a guest, and I'd like to just see how things grow.
All right. But back to the surf camp, if you can do something more than coffee making, so like coding, designing, UX, project management, and you finally want to, attend such a code sprint or event.
If the word work sounds too boring for you, and you want to have something like surf, wind, and wave in it, then what should we do?
Then you can do that. There's the TYPO3 Surf Camp. The Surf Camp has its own website, and if you're under 35, you can join the Surf Camp where we're going to be in Fuerteventura for 1 week. And if you're older, please tell it, either fake your ID, like Olivier does, or tell it to other people so they can join this event. It's something where we want to combine in the mornings to go surfing. If you can't surf, there's a surf school to learn that. And we develop TYPO3 stuff, like version 13 features, themes, whatever. We can do creating graphics for the websites, for the themes, for instance. There's so many things we can do. And the only thing you need to do is you have to pay for your flight. You need to know how TYPO3 works in general. You should work with TYPO3 at least, let's say, 6 months, 12 months.
It comes at a price. Surfing comes at a price.
You have to learn something in advance. And you need a laptop and, your setup. And then we have surfing instructors and coding instructors for TYPO3. So, and you can find this, of course, on the website. And that's a long time until then, but be sure to sign up on the website that you want to take part of that if you're young, in your eyes, young.
Like me, below 35.
But the developer days are the beginning to get this kick-started. So we have a lot of talks and sessions, but we also have the coding night later tonight. And if you don't have a running setup and you want to, just get going, it would be really good if you have your laptop with you and check out. There's a core contribution guide to have a naked TYPO3 site running, so we can work on that. We prepared a lot of tickets. We start at 8 tonight in this large room upstairs in the other building, the Jodweiland Pavilion. And for this, I will repeat myself, talk to others. This is your chance. Get involved. Thanks for being here. I'm really looking forward to it. Thanks.
So, Thanks. Next up, get some coffee and then pick the session you like the most. And go to team members, association board members, and ask them questions.
So, hello, welcome to my talk today. I want to present TYPO3 new APIs. So let's directly start with our today's agenda. First of all, I want to introduce myself. Then we want to have a look at what an API means actually. We want to see some facts about the new TYPO3 version. Then we come to the main part, the migration and integration part. So how can you migrate to new APIs, and how can you integrate new APIs? I hope this will be nice, and then we can also have a look, so what's next? And we will also have some time for your ideas and questions. Let's start directly with who's this? My name is Oliver Bartsch. I'm working for B13 in Stuttgart. I do core development and customer work. I'm also part of the TYPO3 core development team since 2021. And I'm also doing stuff in the TYPO3 ecosystem and maintaining some public extensions. Yeah, reach out to me anytime via Slack or Twitter or any other way you like. Right. So, what am I talking about when it comes to APIs? Actually, I just asked ChatGPT, hey ChatGPT, what's an API? And ChatGPT answered with this definition, which I think is describes an API quite good. An API enables software to communicate with each other in a set of with a set of definitions and protocols. So basically this means system can talk to each other without knowing their internal behavior. They are talking to each other in a defined way, mostly or usually defined in, for example, an OpenAPI specification. But what does it mean in the context of TYPO3? I would sum this up with an API in TYPO3 means it enables you to extend and customize TYPO3 to your custom or customer needs. So basically everything which allows you to change the default behavior, extend the default behavior of TYPO3 could be seen as an API. Okay, so after we cleared what an API is, we want to have a look at some facts. First fact is we have 250 new features in TYPO3 version 12. Not all of those features are improved or new APIs. There are also UX improvements, UX features, editor features. And there are also hidden gems. So maybe you don't find a feature in the official feature RSTs, which I refer to by 215, because sometimes an improvement of an API is just a bug fix or just an added return type, which makes your life as a developer easier. So just watch out. I think there's also a dedicated talk about little gems in TYPO3 version 12, where you can also get some information about little feature improvements. Okay, so let's start with the facts. Don't get hooked, listen to events. Still important, in TYPO3 version 12 we got more than 69 PCA14 events. Yeah, that looks like the following. Maybe you attended my last session last year. We had not quite this amount of events, but yeah. Now there are a lot more, and I think there will be even more. Maybe I also forget some event, I don't know. So we additionally got 6 new backend modules. Surely this is not directly developer API, it's more like visual API, but the backend modules are also important, for example, for new APIs like reactions and webhooks, which we have a look in some minutes. New backend modules are the check links module, the page.tsconfig module, the TypoScript module. Then we also got a content security policy module, as I said, a reactions module, and the webhooks module. Furthermore, we got 10 new TCA types, type color, type datetime, email, file, folder, JSON, link, number, password, and UUID. All those are new TCA types which are dedicated for a specific use case. I will say some words about this later on. With those new TCA types, we also got 10 new TCA config options. I will show you them, but do not explain every option in detail now. They are introduced in combination with the new TCA types. So we also additionally got one new field control called password generator, which we will also see in a couple of minutes. Then TYPO3 version 12 is using PHP attributes the first time, which are available since PHP version 8. And we are using them to auto-register services and to describe services. We are using them for backend controllers, for example, for XBase annotations, for the webhook messages, and for upgrade wizards. As I already said, we are using the PHP annotations, for example, for registrations, and we also improved registration and added new registration. What I mean is we try to get rid of configuration files, so because we can auto-detect services, for example, based on an implemented interface. So a service which implements some interface can be retrieved automatically, so you don't have to configure this service in, for example, an xlocal configuration file. It's not necessary. We can look this up automatically. The same goes for PHP attributes. So if your service defines a PHP attribute in the class itself, you don't need to register the file at another place again. And we did this for upgrade wizards. So upgrade wizards are, as I said, now registered using PHP annotation attributes. The same goes for webhooks. And also we improved the registration for data processors, type converters, content objects, element browsers, report statuses, module functions, backend toolbar items, menu, context menu item providers, and and link validator link types. Okay, you already saw the next slide. There's even more to explore. This was just a short summary of some facts of the new version. Just watch out for the official documentation, read the change logs, the release notes, and there are also already a couple of really good blog articles about new APIs, new features. Yeah, so let's now come to the main part, the migration integration of new APIs. And as you might know or can imagine, we will start with hooks to events again. The hooks to events migration is started in version 10, I think. There are also Benny hold a talk about where we started with the event thingy, and there are still the same reasons why we move from hooks to events. First of all, we have a consistent registration because it was never really clear how a hook is defined. So sometimes you needed to specify a method, sometimes you had to implement some interface and stuff like that, and events are all registered the same way. We also have a unified structure, so you don't get arbitrary parameters in your methods. You always get one event object where you can access information and change data, so the usage is also simplified. You don't have to work on arrays or stuff like that. You have an object-oriented access to the event. Events are easily extendable, so whenever we think, oh, okay, it would be cool if the event would expose another information, we just can add it. You don't have to change your registration or something like that. You just can access the new information. And last of all, in the terms of TYPO3 version 12, PCA 14 events support out-of-the-box support for the new webhooks feature, which we will have a look in a couple of minutes. So basically, a migration of the registration is the same as since version 12. So instead of defining the class and the method in the globus array, you just tag the service in, for example, a services YAML file with the event listener tag, your identifier, the event to listen on, and the method to get called with the event. And version 12 comes with a couple of new cool features. You can now omit or skip the event name and also the method, because TYPO3 can also auto-detect those informations. Because when you have a look at this code example, TYPO3 automatically uses the magic invoke method if you don't specify a method in the registration. And as you can see, you can also use union types. So you can use one method to listen to different events. This is all auto-detect by TYPO3 and must not be added in the configuration. This example is really useful if the events you want to listen on are nearly the same and you don't want to have duplicate code. You can just use union types and say, okay, this listener should listen on 2 events. Yeah, the same way. Then just one example of a migration of the hook listener or the listener class itself. On example, the wizard items hook, which previously required to implement an interface, which then required to implement a method with parameters which were not type hinted and were passed by reference. And now you have your listener class, which receives the event object, and on this object you just have the object-oriented way to call getters and setters. You have a possibility to specify the exact position where a new wizard item should be placed and stuff like that, which previously always had been done on an array key level. Yeah, now you can do it in an object-oriented way, and I think this is really cool. So let's come to one of the coolest new APIs, the reaction and webhooks. TYPO3 is now open to the world, so every system on the world can talk to your TYPO3, and TYPO3 can talk to every system in the world. This is done with reactions, which allow TYPO3 to react on incoming webhooks, for example, to create a new record. And the webhooks allow any other system to react on outgoing webhooks, for example, after somebody deleted a page in the TYPO3 installation. Both types have in common that they are based on a PHP implementation class combined with the database records. TYPO3 already provides built-in reactions and webhooks. They are both configured in dedicated backend modules, which we already saw by in the facts, and they are surely fully customizable and extensible, so you can build whatever reaction and whatever webhook you like. So let's see how we can create such reaction. You want to react to something. So as I said, TYPO3 comes with a built-in reaction which can be used to create records. And we need to create a database record where we select the record type we want to use. In this case, the built-in create record type. Every reaction get a name, a description, the unique identifier, which is the new TCA type UUID, and a secret, which is the new password type. And you already see the field control I talked earlier, the password generator, so you can use the button on the right side of the secret to generate the secret new. Reactions have the this is the basic configuration of every reaction. Additionally, there's additional configuration based on the record type you selected. In this case, we said that we want to create a new record, and therefore we have to define which kind of record we want to create. In this example, a syscategory record on some storage page, which user should be used to create this record. And last of all, we define the field values which should be used when creating a record. We can also use placeholders, so we can send information in the request body to dynamically set values in a reaction. Such request looks like this. So we call our TYPO3 site with our unique identifier, which we got in the record. We also provide the API key, so the secret as X API key, and in the request body we do add the dynamic title, which replaces the placeholder. If everything works, we get a success true response. So if we want to have add our custom reactions, then we just need a PHP class implementing the reaction interface, as I said earlier. Because we implement the reaction interface, the reaction will automatically be registered. The main part is then done in the React method, which every reaction class needs to implement. And additionally, we need the TCA registration and configuration. So if we want to have additional fields, like selecting which record should be created, we have to configure this. So a basic reaction PHP class looks like this. Implementing the reaction interface, having to implement some static methods for information retrieval, and then the React method, which is the main part, which receives a request, a payload, and the reaction instructions. The reaction instructions are basically just a database record which we created beforehand, and the React method requires to return a response. In this case, just a response success true. So nothing else happens in this method, for example. Okay, so that's a reaction. So we can have a system and say TYPO3 do something. The other way around are the webhooks. Webhooks are post or get requests from TYPO3 to any application in the world. So webhooks consist of a trigger and a target URL. So whenever something in TYPO3 happens, a target URL is called and can then react on the thing TYPO3 tells happened. To register webhooks, we also just need a PHP class. In this case, we use PHP attribute webhook message, and this attribute is then automatically detected by TYPO3 and is auto-tagged. The attribute takes an identifier, a description, and optionally a factory method. We will see this in an example in a couple of minutes. Auto configuration is done via a compiler pass, as for a couple of other services, based on the auto-tagged. And the TCA registration is also automatically done because every webhook is the same. TYPO3 can just add the webhook to be selected in the record automatically because there are no additional fields or something like that. We see this in the next slide. This is one example of a webhook. We want to have a webhook triggered when a page in the TYPO3 backend is added or changed. Every webhook requires our identifier, which is the UUID, a name, optional description, then the target URL, which should be called when this event happened, the page is added or changed, or any page is added or changed, and last of all, we need the secret again, or a secret again. Additionally, we have the HTTP settings tab, where we can define which HTTP method should be used to send the webhook. It's either post or get. If SSL should be verified, and we can set additional headers. In this example, a custom header with the content new API. So in our system, or when a page is added or created, we receive following requests in our system. We see our custom header is sent, and additionally always the webhook signature algorithm is used is sent, and also the webhook signature. This is basically a hash of the webhook record identifier, the current request body, and the webhook record secret. So the system which receives the request, so the target URL, can check if this is a valid request by generating the same hash and comparing it to the one which was sent in the request. Okay, so how does this work internally? We have our webhook message PHP-based class. This class is, as I said, with tagged with the PHP attribute, and then the compiler path registers our message in the webhook type registry, and we additionally have the hook listener class, which listens for the data handler hook to get the information that the page was added or created. When this happens, the hook listener class creates the webhook message, which is then dispatched to the bus. TYPO3 uses the Symfony message bus. So we now have created a message because a page was added or created. What happens with this message? TYPO3 provides the webhook message handler. By default, this handler is always called when a new message comes in. Then the message handler asks the webhook type registry if there is a configured webhook in the backend for this message. If this is the case, it returns the database record as webhook instructions, which is basically just a DTO object of the database record, and is then able to send the request to the target URL using the message and the webhook instructions. So the send request method actually adds the custom headers we set in the database record and adds the payload and sends the message to the target URL defined in the database record. This can be simplified, as I said beforehand, using events, because as when you remember the last slide, we needed a hook listener class to create the message. TYPO3 can do this automatically if we are using events. This is a webhook message which should be listen on the cache flush event. So we just need the public static function create from event with the event we want to listen on, and this is a factory method which just returns itself. And TYPO3 will call this create from event method whenever the cache flush event is triggered by the system. So the webhook message is always sent to the bus by TYPO3 automatically, just with this one class. How does that work? We have our PHP-based class, which, as I said, should listen to the cache flush event. Then the registration is the same. The compiler path registers our PHP class in the registry. But additionally, because we defined the create from event method, the TYPO3 automatically adds a listener, the so-called message listener, for this event. And whenever this event is triggered, the cache flush event, the message listener calls the message factory, which then looks again for the event, which then creates the webhooks based on the database records, calls the create from event method, which returns the message and sends this to the bus. And then, again, the webhook message handler sends the request to the target URL. Isn't that easy? Yeah, it's really it's complicated to explain. I think you should, in this case, really refer to the changelog file. It's really explained in a good way, and yeah. So let's move on with some easier tasks, TCA types and options. Because what we want to achieve with TCA types and options is less configuration, more clarity, and this is done by replacing render types and eval options with dedicated TCA types. So you might know the TCA type input with its large number of different render types and large number of eval options, and we replace them by dedicated TCA types. This allows specific use cases. The new types define the available options, and only the options which are relevant for this type. And TYPO3 also provides the TYCE migrations, so you don't have to do really much yourself. TYPO3 does migration for you and logs which migration must be done in the deprecation log, so you can do it when you have the time. An example of migration from this monster, the file field, which previously used the TCA type inline, which was more or less a misuse, and this whole stuff can now be simplified to this. So yeah, and it's not just that it is less configuration, it also works better, and we also managed to fix some bugs which come or came because of the misuse, the use of a not dedicated TCA type. Another example, so the other way around, would be password. So previously we had type input with eval password and salted password, and now we have type password, and because we have a dedicated type, we could enrich this type in the development phase of TYPO3 version 12 by introducing password policies, and also there's already mentioned field control, password generator. Yeah, it now looks like we have more configuration, but actually this is the really cool part, because we now have the dedicated password type. It was easy to add those new functionality, because we can say, okay, we have type TCA type password, and this type should have this functionality instead of overloading input type input even more. So let's have a short look on password policies, which I already told, which we introduced. It's now able to enforce password policies in TYPO3 backend and frontend. TYPO3 comes with built-in policies and validators. This whole API is extendable and customizable. And as we already saw, there is a dedicated TCA type with dedicated options and the new field control. And there's also a PS14 event to enrich validation data. Another topic is the content security policy, which I don't want to go into detail now, because Olli Harder will hold a dedicated talk about this tomorrow, but this is also a new API. yeah, let's move on with another bigger part, the backend module API, which allowed us a couple of cool things. For example, we got rid of the TBA modules global and the module loader. Modules are now registered during build time in the module registry. They are configured in a dedicated PHP file. Access to them is possible via the module provider API, and a module object is in every PSE7 request. So if you call some backend module and retrieve the request object, you have the information about the backend module you are requesting. And there's also a PSE14 event for manipulating the module configuration. So this add module call, which previously was some kind of hard to retrieve the actual information which can be added, because some informations were added at as parameters of this method, but then you had the array where arbitrary information could be added, and now this looks like this, and we have a unique identifier for the module, in this case web module, and all the options which you see in this example are documented, and only the documented options work and not documented options do not work. So one of the coolest options are the routes. The routes option where you can define the target of this module, because this got extended. I will tell this after this slide. This is just the additional information you have to provide when you register an XSpace backend module. So the registration for both module types is standard, and XSpace is the same. If you have an XSpace module, these are the additional information you have to provide. So because we have this routes section, we have more features like specific routes and dynamic URL paths. We want to have a look at this. So we have our module with a couple of routes. So instead of one default route to a controller and handle request method, which then internally, based on, I don't know, query parameters, forwards the request to some other action, we can specify every action of a module to target any controller action combination. And doing this, we are also able to restrict every sub-action to HTTP methods. We are able to define the path of every sub-action. And lastly, we are able to use dynamic URL paths, as you can see here. So in this case, we have the path delete with the dynamic path identifier, and we can access this information by fetching the routing from the request and then fetching the identifier. Yeah, that all is possible now. Then another part are aliases. So if you ever want to rename your backend module for whatever reason, you can just use this key aliases with the old name, and TYPO3 does all the underground work for you automatically. So every link does still work, and also the backend permissions where the identifiers are stored in the database are automatically migrated. Then module functions API allowed us to remove TBE modules ext. It's now possible for third level modules to also have access permissions, which was previously not possible. So for example, if you had access to the info module, you had also access to every submodule of the info module. Now this can also be restricted, so every third level module can have its own permissions. And the registration is the same as for the main module, so you can have the same functionality with dynamic URL paths and all this stuff. So instead of calling insert module function, we have the same configuration like for the main modules. The last thing is the module data, and there we have also a new API called Module Data API. This API can be used to store user-related module state, for example, in a list module if some table was collapsed or expanded, and it allows us to define get and post parameters, and the module data object is also available in the PSR 7 request. This is another example how module data can be defined in the module, and when we define the module data this way, they are automatically updated by TYPO3. So we can have our controller where we access the module data through the request. Then we can look up if this is a valid module data which come in by calling module data clean on some property with the allowed information. So show hidden elements can only be true or false, and yeah, if this returns true, then we can push the module state and finally access it to use it further. Another new API or improved API, this is not a new API, it's an improved API, is the module template API. The module template API is used to render the complete content frame in the backend. It's now capable of auto-discovering template paths. It can auto-create the PSA7 response, and it also allows to fully override every fluid template which is used by TYPO3 core in the backend. An example migration would look like this. So first of all, before we had to create the module template using the template module factory, and then we have to instantiate a standalone view, assign the template paths, assign the values, the variables, then call view render, assign the response of the view render call to the module template, then create our response manually by calling the response factory and the stream factory and all this stuff. And this all can now be simplified to just calling the factory, creating the module template, assigning the variables, and calling render response, which returns us the complete response all automatically. So then we have an improved link API. I will make this short. We have a new factory called link factory, which is based on the link result we already introduced in version 11. We enhanced the link result to provide standard output formats, so we can say we want to have a link result as HTML or as JSON string. And we also introduced a new PSR14 event to modify any generated link in TYPO3. So before any link is output, you can interact or you can modify this link. Last API I want to present is the site settings API. The site settings API is a read API of the site settings, which you can define in your site configuration. It also comes with the possibility to define the settings in a dedicated settings file, so you don't have to overload your site configurations anymore with the settings. You can just place the settings individually in a settings.yaml in the same folder as the config.yaml of your site configuration lays. This also comes with TypoScript get data support, so you can access the site settings in your TypoScript easily. And we also introduced the PSR14 event to manipulate those settings, so you can interact with or not just the settings, the whole site configuration can be changed before it is loaded and before it is written to the file system. Additionally, also not just for the site settings, but for the whole site configuration functionality, we introduced global patterns in imports, and also the site config is now available in the configuration module, so you can access the configuration module and see the whole site configuration rendered as you know it from TCA or generally Global's configuration array. To access this new site settings object, which is present in the site object, for example, you have a request where the site is always available as attribute, then you can call get settings and have the site settings, and on this object you can call all, so you get all site settings. You can call a parent, for example sites, and you can also call a dedicated property with a default, for example a new detail page ID. Okay, we had a look at a couple of APIs which got introduced, so you might want to know what might come next. And as always, when I stand here, I will show you this part. We want to replace the last hooks with events. We want to add even more new events. We want to improve TCA AP even more. For example, more specific types. We want to remove the subtypes feature so that only a record type is used. We want to move on by auto-generating columns. We want to move on by auto-generating SQL schema based on the columns definition. And you might already heard about the content blocks initiative, which also counts in this, this topic. Then we want to further improve the settings API. For example, we want to have the settings also available in the general user interface and the backend. And last thing I want to tell is this: we want to have TYPO3 support and camel table expressions API support. So now, do you have any questions or ideas?
Hold up, please. Is there a way to auto-register events with annotations?
Currently not, but this is a cool idea. So, no, sure. Would be cool if you could create a forge issue feature request. So this is exactly what we want to do, is make your life easier with new registration ways.
Thank you.
Is there a way to configure the reactions in webhook in a deployable way, like in YAML files also?
Currently not, not because it's installation dependent, or because you can, no, it's not, so because the idea behind was you can use the same record type and make a couple of database records for the same record type, but that could also be done using a deployable way. You're right. So, yeah, that might also be a cool feature for version for the next version.
Okay, thanks.
Do you think about permit to configure users via file?
Sorry?
The user configuration is one of the complex way to use it. It is possible to think to configure users, backend users via file.
Deployable user configuration. Yeah, that's a topic since I think two LTS versions where it was always planned to do this. I think there is a public extension from Mack, which does something like that. Yeah, it's still planned and it's still in the scope, but there I think nobody is working on it currently. But it's still a thing, yeah.
I think we have time for one more question.
I just saw the reaction stuff that you showed, and my thought would be, would this be an idea to use that for real working front-end editing? So you have reactions from the front-end that you can trigger to change records, to save records, to delete records, to do whatever. Because this would be a cool base to do something that we always wanted to have, and it was never delivered.
Yeah, that would surely be possible. As I said, you can create whatever reaction you like. So, but then you need the database records. So, if you want to automate this, we would need some other way, like deployable reactions, because otherwise everybody who wants to use this needs to create the database records for it. Yes.
The rest of the stuff. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Olli. Give a
Thank
big
you.
hand to Olli
Thank
for his
you.
wonderful talk.
Thank you.
Next up is what you've all been waiting for. There's a lunch break from now until 1:30 or 13:30 for the Germans. After that, we will meet back here to learn about CLI tools from Frank Berger. So make sure to check back in. You have found 3 color
Frank, du kannst.
Darf ich? So, hi. Everybody digesting? Everybody sleeping? No, I'll go easy on you. I'll try. Welcome to Write Your Own CLI Tools for TYPO3, which I prepared for this occasion here. Bit about me, my name is Berger. I'm head of engineering at Sudo7, which is a label of B-Factor GmbH, member of the Code 711 network. We are from Stuttgart. I started as a Unix system administrator who also codes in 1996, and I do TYPO3 since like 2005, almost exclusively. What are CLI tools? CLI stands for Command Line Interface, okay? It is a tool to be used in the context of a shell or command line, a bit closer, yeah? And is often used to manipulate files or data streams like standard in, standard out. Now we are in Unix terms, chaining commands, grep, and so on. And often have parameters to fine-tune behavior or to format the output or change the output. And today, in these days, they are essential for automating things a lot. For example, in continuous integration, which is basically writing down the commands you would execute in order to get your website online or something like that, or to compile your tool or whatever. It boils down to which tools I execute in that case. CLI in the context of Symfony and TYPO3. Why Symfony? We get to that. TYPO3 uses the Symfony console component, so it's not TYPO3 native, this component. It's from somebody else, basically. And that means usually there's a console script somewhere. In case of TYPO3, it's usually vendor bin TYPO3 if you have a Compose installation. And don't change anything, it could be somewhere else. And this console tool, this console script, combines several commands you can execute in that context. So you always add the first parameter to this console tool, like vendor bin TYPO3, and that is basically the concrete tool you want to call, the command. And usually in PHP applications, it's usually to interact with the application itself, like the database, like APIs inside that PHP application. Almost all PHP applications or web applications these days have some kind of command line tool, even WordPress. Some existing commands. There are a lot more. We can do a list later. That's just something I usually use, like TYPO3 cache flush. You have to think the vendor bin, TYPO3 database update schema, or install extension if possible to automate all this setup. Basically, you can set up the whole TYPO3 without accessing the browser at any time. Yeah. Advantages to write your own CLI tools, some ideas here. To automate tedious tasks, to do bulk updates. Migration in code is basically the idea that you don't write down the SQL statements you would do for the upgrade. No, you put it into code so you can execute it again and again and again and have a versioning on it and basically document your upgrade inside of code. To offload tasks like sending an email or putting something into a SAP interface or something else, something which doesn't need to happen right now when you execute when the page is loaded, but can be done later, like an order. Or to do performance-intensive tasks, a CLI tool like that can run for hours if needed. Doesn't matter. Or if they are set very large data structures. For example, I use CLI tools to debug large data structures, large relations. That's one possibility to use them. Let's check it. Let's create our own command. our own tool. Basically what you do is you create a class that extends the command class, Symfony Component Console command. And you have two methods. First, the configure method, wherein you basically set the description in that case, which is displayed when we, for example, list our tools. This is the description. And the help, so when you to give the user who executes your command some help, that can be added here as well. And then you have the execute part. This is what will happen when the command is running. Basically, you have the input interface, we get to that. We have the output interface, we get to that as well. And we use the command, we just put in whatever we want to put out on the console. Why? Any idea why this method is returning an integer? Come again? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Now I understood it. Yeah. In Unix, basically, a successful exit code is 0, and anything larger than a 0 is an error. So you can have a lot of errors. So by default, you would return a 0. Therefore, you have an integer. This means as well that you can chain your command. So if your command was successful, you can execute another command automatically in the shell, and so on and so on. And TYPO3, we use the services, the dependency injection. You can do it with the services.yaml, or you can use the services PHP to register your command. Basically, this is the name with which the command will be executed later, my:tool. If you separate it with colon, you can create like a segmentation, a category in the tools. And you can set the schedulable flag. That means that if it's true, this tool can be executed inside the scheduler or can be registered inside the scheduler as a tool which is executed periodically or at a certain time. Let's try this. So we do that. I have here my command. I have to find my new. My tool. Command. It extends the Symfony command. Right. And let me be lazy and just copy that. We got the interface. So we have the output and the input interface, output interface. Then we have to register it in a configuration. Services. We'll just take this. I'm going to check. Yep, I'm getting my command. Then I will flush the cache. Other way around, cache. Flush. Dum 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 dum. Takes a while. Well, it was faster earlier. There we are. And we call my tool Hello World. So that's it. Thank you for the talk. Now I think I will show a bit more about all that stuff. Right, input and output. $input has the arguments and the options in the Symfony console. An argument is like a word or a phrase. Hello, that would be an argument. And an option is either an option or in short terms. So we can get registered options, we can get registered arguments from the input object, and we can, with output, we can write to the standard out in that case, whatever we want, and we can, as a second parameter, we can give a verbosity from the output interface. That means that it will be only printed if you have a -v or -vv or -vvv if it's very verbose. I can show that later, what that means or how you can create different kinds of outputs and have the script silent or not silent. Message can be a string or an iterable, so you can give an array or whatever is marked as iterable. So let's set up some arguments. I will copy this. I left out other stuff in configure right now. I will just add the argument. I have an argument, add argument message. I'll mark it as optional. There are input argument none for no, that's required, and is array. We can check that out later. And I'll give a default value, which is with an optional argument. It's always a good idea. And I will take that argument, I will fetch it, and just output it. So if I execute it now, I get the default value. And if I write hello world, what will happen? Oh, I should have waited. It's an error because I only have one argument registered. So I have to chain it together. Doesn't like that. Doesn't like that. Huh? Cache? Maybe. Cache. Who was in my other talk? Cache talk? Cache? Anyway, it could be something with my ZSH here. Let's continue with that part. Doesn't matter. Because I want to show something else, I add as well with just one pipe. Argument is array, and we'll add my default value as an array as well. And then you can just say, hello, dev days 2023, and I will get hello dev days 2023 because it's 3 arguments. It's separate as an array, of course, but I have all my arguments. I can put in the whole story basically there now. So these are some possibilities. So we have the message, that's the internal variable name. We have the configuration. If it's optional or required, then it will error out if there's nothing given. That's the description in the help. My tool help -h. So I get our message, default value. That's this description here, and the default value, of course, and the way I fetch it from the input object. When using multiple arguments, the order they are defined is important. So if I would add message 2 here, and I would put it above the first message. It would the first argument would be message 2, and the second argument would be message 1, basically. So with arguments, the order is important. With options, not so much. So now we set up some options. Let's add an option. Who gets the joke? Copy that over as well. Okay, let's go through. The option with 2 dashes, Twitter handle. The option with 1 dash, X. I have the value required. And the description and the help for this option. With the value required, I cannot give a default value. That would be a value optional. And then I test if I can get the option. And if yes, if it's assigned, if it's not null, I will output the option. Be careful with input option value optional. It might not work like you expected. In that case, to give if I input value none, if I give input option value none, it will be a true or false. Option is set or not set. If I have it as value required, it means there has to be a value, so I have the assignment. If the value is optional, it is always set, basically, because the value is optional. So in that case, you should give default value, so you know it was the didn't give a real value for the option. You can use input option value or is area as well. Then you can use more, the option several times, like -x, 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 -x. Let's try this first. No. So, Fable FB, my Twitter handle or my X handle. Fable FB, if I leave it out, it will just be the default value. Of course, I can combine it with hello world. If it's not an option, it will be used as an argument. And the nice thing with options, they can be at any point. It will work the same way around. Okay. There are some output formatters available. There are some helpers. Some come with the console component itself. There are several others available as open source. For example, you can create a table or a progress bar, something we will show now, or try to show. Console helper, and as usual, with those output formatters, I give the output option usually as the output object as an option for the formatter. Let's create a query sys log. We will import our classes. Syslog, I don't want everything, that would be a bit wide. PID, action, element all, I know grouping, tstamp, desk. Yeah. And we add this to the table, set rows, $res, fetch, all numeric, that's enough, we don't need it associative, and $table render. Let's try this. and we have a table. We can expand, we can use it, but basically everything in there would be rendered as a table. If I would add everything like star, it would obviously break around. But in this way you can format your output in a table very easily and pretty fast. Okay, I promised a progress bar, right? Progress bar. PB equals new progress bar, dollar output, PB, no. With progress bar I have a second parameter, I have 1000, max is 1000. $E, 0, $E, 1000, $E plus plus, $PB, just advance, I just step it 1/3. Usually I would obviously I would put in here a like the count from a query or something like that, or whatever I counted together. And at the end I will just tell that the progress bar is finished. Well, 1000 would be probably very fast. That's very fast. That should take some time. Yeah, but you see, it condenses it down to reasonable steps. Basically, it will do some stuff before it just outputs it, depending on the size it has. That's a bit too much. Poor machine, poor little apple. Something like that. Right. This way you can have a progress bar, you can output it, you can give the user a bit of information, how far it is, stuff like that. If you would write a debug line or something out, it will just start the progress bar again at the point where it was. Some good, best, I don't know, practices and pitfalls when working with TYPO3 and the command line. Tip, encapsulate business logic and services. That's always a good recommendation. And use log-aware interface and log-aware trade in those to communicate in the service. The idea behind that is that I can log errors, I can log informations, I can log debug informations, and I just wrote it here. This information is only printed to the console if I go verbose or very verbose in my parameters. And I will just create a new logger inside my CLI script with the output again as a parameter. And I will, after I instantiated my service, I will overwrite the injected logger with my console logger. And then I will start the service. This way I get the logger into my console and I get the messages from the service directly and not in a log file or something like that. Let me just remove that for now. I cheated and created a service which has that what I just described. $service equals channel utility made instance my service class service set logger, yeah, right. I need the logger first, logger, new console logger with output. The pattern repeats. For any format or any tool, I just give the output tool and it will do whatever it needs to do with the output itself. Set the logger and service, what would I call it? Do something. Right. Okay, so now if I give error and warnings will always put out, except if I quiet it with -q. -v is the same output, but with VV I get the information like email sent to X, email sent to Z, email sent to number 1, email sent to number 2, stuff like that. And with VV I will get the debug informations as well. This way you can easily control what will be put out, and the service doesn't need to know about the console itself. It doesn't need to have the output interface or anything included. It's all done over the logger. That's a good practice, I think. The site object and the site finder service is your friend in the command line. There is no TSFE and no request available. The site objects router but the site objects router will create your front-end links even in CLI mode. There's no page.js or front-end TS available. If you need configurable values in the CLI, you should put it like in your site config YAML or settings YAML in the new version. You will get those information. You can get those information again from the site object. The site object has to be loaded by a keyword, by the site keyword, or by a page. Can be any page. Or you can put it in TYPO3 Cloud extensions in your extension configuration, if you like. You can load the page TS. You can parse it in CLI. I did that before. But you only get parts of it, only the parts you actually put in the TypoScript parser, not the whole thing. This is an example using Site and SiteFinder. You create an instance of SiteFinder, get, for example, maybe page ID is something I got from the input object. With that, you will get the site where this page is located. With that, you can get the router, generate a URI, even with a hash in the end, with a jump. And you can get your controller action, whatever you need. The main difference between the other URIs is that underscore language defines the language and not uppercase L. But this will create a fully qualified URL, including root enhancers and everything, even a CLI. You can use some edge space features. Generally speaking, you can use repositories and models to read them, but you should test it. I don't know what you put into your models or into your repositories, but I successfully did that. It's not a problem. You can create and modify models, but you should persist them directly with Persistent Manager, not with the repository update or add method. And you should do small incremental updates, so Persistence Manager flush or persist all very often, so that your console doesn't seem frozen. If you do updates and updates and updates and updates and updates, and at the end you do persist all, your console will just stand there for quite a while until the all database stuff is done. So just incremental updates. Other than that, again, no $TSFE means no X-space context, so you can't use controllers or stuff like that, not in that sense. Which caters again to the premise, do business logic and services, then you can use it from both sides if you keep that in mind. What about Fluid? Fluid is possible. You can use Fluid. You can use Fluid to create sites. You can pages. You can use Fluid to create emails. But you have to be careful with some view helpers. Some use a controller context or use a TSFE. I'm looking here at flink and FURI. The solution would be that you can't use them. in the CLI. But you can create your own view helper, which then uses site finder and site again, same pattern as before, to create them. Maybe in the future this will, we just earlier heard that they try to boil down the whole link generation, which would be nice. Maybe then that would be running it as well. Some of you might resolve a file, for example, to the full path instead of a URL. You have to test that. I stumbled on that because after an update, because before it just gave a URL part to a file, and later it gave the whole path, so fimage. So you have to test that. Other things that work, among many, the backend utilities usually work. You can get a root line from there. They don't need any TSFE. Some utilities need request, so you have to check that. The whole core environment functionality is there. It works. You can get your whole path. You can get other information from there. FIL file works. Besides, when you generate a URI, you have to be careful then. Image rendering works, and a lot more. But basically, most of the stuff works. You can even you can call events or register events as well in the CLI to extend your tool. Yeah. Shameless plug. I wrote and maintain some CLI tools myself. I wrote the log formatter, which formats and searches TYPO3 log files. You can get a nice output of the stack trace instead of squinting your eyes. Solo tools, some tools for command line to initialize large sites or large installations for Edge Solo, and update trusted hosts from sites. Little tool which a little thing which annoyed me. Which updates the trusted host variable from your site config files. So if there's a new site config file, execute it and it will update your trusted hosts. Okay, I was much faster. No? No, I was not. Questions and discussions? Booze, tomatoes. I'm not hungry, but maybe later. The QR code links to the page, which should be online by now, if the start time in TYPO3 works. Same as link where these slides are linked as well as some other talks and our blog. Any questions? There are questions. Sorry, I'm looking on my computer and I don't see the hands. Who first? Okay.
Surprise. One experience from my side. Yeah, you really need to get that you are in a kind of back-end of your environment in CLI, no front-end at all. So if you have some tasks that do front-end things like prepare an email and send it to the user, and the email needs some links to a page, etc. You really need to think about it and not. You are in a backend.
Yeah.
But
that's true.
But a tiny backend because you have no backend user, etc. So, and one question: how do you manage the error handling, exceptions? Logging, you saw us how do you do console login, but how do you manage TYPO3 logging API in order to write into the TYPO3 log files or log system? And how do you monitor that? Because if you are talking about CLI tool, you are maybe talking about some background tasks, and we need to monitor those if they fails.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One possibility would be just as easy. You can write your console command with log away interface, and then log away those information. So I wouldn't use the console logger in this case, but I would use this logger in the command line interface to log stuff away. Other than that, that's, for example, if you use it in in the scheduler context. If you use it as directly as a grunt job, you can just output it and log it away, your standard output and your standard error. Those are the possibilities. And for the first part, if you need to do some stuff which is front-end related, I usually work with page types and call the page type, get my content, whatever that was needed from the front end, and use it then in command line.
Yeah. So in our commands, what is better to use to update our records? XBase Persistence Manager or Data Handler?
Depends. Depends. If you rely on Data Handler is a good idea to use if you rely on all the processes which run when you persist via Data Handler, like slug generation and stuff like that. If you rely on consistent relations in your objects, which you would have to model with manual updates, then you're probably better off with XSpace and do those updates, to do the tasks you want to have done there. Basically, you have to think, I'm thinking like front-end objects or back-end records. If you are talking back-end records, it's just insert updates or with Data Handler. The thing is with Data Handler, if you require like a request object or something like that, you have to check for if it runs in the CLI context again, in your own parts.
Thank you very much. I have 3 questions.
3.
In your example, I think you checked for the existence of a required argument.
Yeah.
The first question is why? My second question is why do you recommend against using the repositories for persisting models? And the third question is how do I set the storage PID for newly created and persisted models on CLI?
Yeah, that's first question. First question was.
Okay, next time I put the questions one at a time. My first question was, why are you checking for the existence of a required argument?
I don't have to check the existence of a required argument, of course, because it will fail out if it's not required. But in my example, I used the optional argument for my defense.
Okay, so the second question was, why do you recommend persisting models using the persistence manager directly instead of going through the repository?
To be honest, I don't know if the repository update will run as you expected in the CL context. I have not. No, I had problems that it did not persist as I intended them to. It persisted when I used the persistence manager. Of course, there might be some stuff running during persisting with the repository that wouldn't run in that case, of course.
Okay, thanks. Then my third question, sorry for piling them up. How do I set the storage PID for newly created and persisted models on CLI?
Set PID.
Sorry?
$model set PID.
Okay, so I have to explicitly set it and not.
You have to set it. You don't have the context. You don't have a TypoScript context. You don't have DSFE. You don't have the TypoScript context. Therefore, you won't get the persistence setting. As with the current XSpace, that's the only thing left you have to do in TypoScript, this persistence setting.
Thank you very much.
You have to do it manually. Some more questions? Show your hands. No hands. Okay. Thank you. I'm here all week. You can just talk to me, and you can contact me wherever. I'm everywhere.
Quick note, don't forget to vote on
everybody who has an association board bingo card may now make a check mark at my name because I said hello to you. So that's one thing you learned in this talk. You have a check mark now, and that's something at least. So I'm Susi, also known as Psychomieze, which is very German, I guess. And I want to tell you a little bit about my experience with Sentry and TYPO3. I have an agenda, because I learned every meeting should have an agenda, so here it is. Going to introduce you to Sentry and why you would need it, give a little overview, show you how I integrated it with TYPO3, how to do front-end performance analysis with it, at the TYPO3 CSP reporting. I added that slide yesterday because I forgot that existed. Then have a Sentry integration with GitLab CI, so for those of you that are using GitLab, you may use that. And I have an optional live demo here because I have no internet and I'm trying to do that with my hotspot. So let's see if that works out, and then you can have any question and answer. And I will try to help you out. So first of all, Sentry is a centralized error logging monitoring solution, and why would you need something like that anyway? Because you can look in your log files and be happy, and you can open your browser and see how fast your website is, and probably be happy too. So there are multiple scenarios in which this is useful to have that centralized. The most obvious one is a multi-server setup. Think like cloud solutions. When you have 20 nodes, and you want to look in the error log, then you don't want to go onto each of those nodes and see where the error occurred. Instead, you want to have one log file. So there are multiple solutions for that. The other setup, I don't know about you, but in our agency at least, we have projects in maintenance mode. So the project is finished at some point, and then the clients start using it, and we do some maintenance on them, but nothing else. And how many people log in after half a year in the TYPO3 backend and see the little red 99 on the top right? Exactly. So with projects in maintenance mode, we often don't realize that there's errors occurring. If the client doesn't call us, we don't know. There's this little red 99, and then we just click on it, and then we leave again. So maybe it would be nice to have the errors reported somewhere centrally where we can see all the errors in all the projects that we have. And the bane of our existence, editors and marketers, they actually work with the system and do things. So especially for the performance part of things, and there are setups where the HTML element is loud. I'm not going to say whether that's a good idea or not. It's not. But if that is the case, then they might do things that actually impact performance a lot. And with the marketers, you know, all the ad server scripts and tracking and whatever, and then the client calls and says, why is my website suddenly so slow? Well, you're loading 68 tracking pixel things. Maybe that's a reason. But I can answer that directly if I have a monitoring on it and can just look at it and get an alert if something like that happens. So this is why I want a solution for that. And Sentry is one of the options that you can use to do that. This is like a demo dashboard overview of Sentry. Dashboards, we all love dashboards. That's why we have this chart here. That's nothing that you need to understand now or anything, it's just charts. So what Sentry can do, everything I just talked about, so we can do error tracking, we can do performance monitoring, we can send alerts if something happens. We can have that self-hosted or as a software as a service, and that's one of the reasons why I like Sentry a lot, because they are offering everything they have on their platform as self-hosted Docker Compose file, which you can just run and have all the data in-house, because again, we are in Germany, so data protection is really important for a lot of clients and should be. So and this is really nice. It is a bit tricky to maintain, so you should have someone in your company that knows DevOps, but it works. and you have integrations into a lot of systems that most of you probably use, like Jira, GitLab, GitHub, stuff like that. So how do we get that into TYPO3? It's easy, I'm just using code somebody else wrote. In this case, there's an extension from network team called Sentry client, and you just require and install that, and then you set 3 variables and you're good to go, basically. If you want to have the error tracking part set up, you have a production exception handler which the extension provides, which you can configure. This is the settings PHP file, so you just set production exception handler to the Sentry client exception handler, and every error is logged into Sentry. Optionally, you can also use the Sentry log writer, which is basically a log writer for our logging framework in TYPO3, but you don't need to do that. This is what happens. If you have a demo installation, like I did, you can log all your errors to your demo Sentry. This is why you see, this means there's no TypeScript object of type page. So the classic type num 0 missing error is also logged into Sentry. You get this as an overview. What you see here is how often it occurred, for how many users it occurred. I'm using demo data here because I can't show production data from our clients. So this is mostly me, the one user. And some events happen more often than others. So sometimes you have in production setups, you have errors that occur only once because some hiccup happened, and you can then even set Sentry to ignore that error if it doesn't happen more than once and just forget about it after 2 weeks. And if you go into the details, what I really like about it is all the information that you can add to the errors here. You directly see in which environment did that happen, with which browsers did that happen. And you can add additional data like the TYPO3 versions. It shows the installed extensions on that platform, which is helpful if you have a lot of projects in maintenance mode where you don't really know how the exact setup was for that project. And you can see a stack trace and directly create a GitLab issue for a developer of your choice to fix that. So error tracking is one part, but what we sometimes neglect is performance monitoring. And performance is a lot trickier, especially with TYPO3, because there is no automated solution for performance tracking in the backend of the backend in the sense of PHP, that we can use with TYPO3. There are solutions if you're using Laravel or Symfony, but you can implement manual tracking. So there's some PHP SDK, and you can use that to build your own tracking for your own applications. Maybe you even want that because only you can really say which parts of your business logic are relevant to be tracked. What I did is, as a proof of concept, I implemented the time tracker of TYPO3 as Sentry tracing. So that's basically what you get in the admin panel if you do the uncached view and track the TypoScript rendering. I just built that as a performance monitoring in Sentry. So it's not really useful because this is obviously only happening on an uncached page, so you don't want to track that probably. But it shows how you can use the API. So if you want to use that in your own projects, the extension is public on GitHub, and you can just look in the code how I did that. I also have the relevant parts here, so that you can see it's really easy. The first lines just set up the whole context thing, and then you basically open a span and close it again after whatever you did is through. And with the network team Sentry client, the client is already configured for you, so you don't need to do that again or anything. And with the next version that is on GitHub already, it actually provides options to extend the configuration. So that's an option. And a transaction, basically. So the question was what a span was. So basically, you can imagine that as a tree. You saw the tree in the performance view And basically, everything you see here as a single line is a span, and then you go and start a child for another nesting level, and then you do stuff there, and all the spans you track in there are on the same level, and then you can go start child again, and then start child sounds weird in this context. But yes. But performance in the backend is only a little part of what we do nowadays. The time where we used JavaScript just for the menus is kind of over. So front-end performance is even more important and even harder to track normally, because we have so many clients and so many browsers and so many devices that it is really hard to just test it on your own device, because that's never what the client uses. And we want something like the Web Vitals overview, and we want error tracing for the front end. So I want to see when a JavaScript error happens, I want to see a stack trace for that, and I want to see under which circumstances, with which clients and devices that happens. Because the setup highly depends on what you're using in your project for front end. I can't give you an answer how to implement that for your project exactly, but I can show you how to do it basically. So now this is the part where Anni needs to be proud of me, because I did TypeScript. Thank you. I'm not a JavaScript or front-end person at all, so this is what I'm using in my demo project. What you're doing is you're installing Sentry browser via NPM or Yarn or whatever one uses today. And then you have this initialization where you can use the DSN and set the integration browser tracing, which is the performance tracing. Then you have this sample rate, so what you can do is you can either trace all the requests, or like here we are tracing 20% of the requests, because of course that also has an impact on the client load time, because it sends requests to Sentry. So most times 20% of the production setup is okay, but when you're testing, it's easy to set that to 1, so you can check if your integration is even working. And then you get this nice overview, which is the Web Vitals overview. So you're getting all the things that you know from the Chrome performance analysis, Lighthouse reports, and stuff like that. And you get it in a child way based on every subsite that you have. And you also see how many users are on that page. So there's also kind of a user tracking in there. And you get the same tree view as you did for the backend, for the front end. So you see which resources are loaded, how long the DNS resolving took, get the full request there, and can trace that. And a newer version of Sentry, which I didn't manage to get working for this talk, but which is pretty cool, is the session replays. So what you can do is you can say that in case of an error, it should record the session that the user did, so you can see where the user clicked before the error occurred, which sounds helpful, but was nothing what I wanted to implement yesterday. So it's there at replays, if you see my cursor. But even that is only half the truth, because now we have front-end performance and we have back-end performance, and I would have to bring that together somehow, which is something that Sentry can actually do with meta tags. So it's pretty easy. You have the back-end request and a front-end request, and if you set meta tags baggage and Sentry trace, it can connect those two and show in the performance overview both of them together. So this is something that I did. I implemented a view helper for meta tag rendering in Fluid, because I wanted to have that in my Fluid template, because I didn't want to use the meta tag API with PHP. I like it better if it looks like that. And in the example extension I did for the performance tracing, I implemented a data provider which sets these variables. These variables are provided by the SDK, by the PHP SDK. You can get them after you started a trace and just set them, and then all the information is passed to the front end. So in this case, if a front end browser tracing JavaScript reads these variables, you also override the sample rate, you override the release and the environment, so that you can actually use the environment variables we saw at the beginning to configure both the front end and the back end. And then you get this nice overview. So for the full trace, you have a TYPO3 request and a page load. And then you can go into both and go deeper into the performance of each single part of that. You need to pay attention on how you implement that, because if you would cache the meta tags, then you might get a problem, because then the traces override each other. But other than that, this is actually working quite nicely. And then we have the content security policies. For those of you who don't know what content security policies are or what they do, I heard there's a talk by Olli Harder tomorrow, I think, who explains what all this means. I can just configure the endpoints. So in the settings PHP of TYPO3, you can set the endpoints for the content security policy reporting URL, and you get that from the Sentry server. So you don't need to use the backend module, because same problem with projects in maintenance mode or longer running projects. Nobody looks into the backend module, but you can look into your central monitoring or get an email from your central monitoring. And you can set that for both backend and front end. And then you get CSP reports in Sentry with all the meta information that you saw already, and what went wrong in this case. I think it actually blocked the Sentry script, so good job. Yes. Another thing that you can do is track commits and releases, and I would recommend to add that integration, because then it gets even nicer. If you connect GitLab, GitHub, Bitbucket, Fabricator, or whatever you're using, then you, first of all, get, we're getting back to that, get a release overview, like this one, where you can see, if you have the front-end integration running, how many of your users already have the new scripts loaded, how many are using the new releases, when it was created, how many errors occurred for that release. And this is now the other way around. If an error starts to occur with a specific release, then Sentry is already able to tag the error with the info that it occurred first in this release. And if it's in a specific file, it will even try to guess which commit is responsible for it. So it tries to pre-blame people and can already notify the most likely developer responsible. I have a GitLab example here, because we're using GitLab in the company, which is setting environment variables that you get from Sentry. Can you read that way? Can you? Yeah. Okay. There's a Sentry CLI image that you can use in the CI. And you basically set a new release. I'm using just commit hashes in this case. If you have real versions, you can also use real version numbers, obviously. And then you send the commit range to Sentry. And I wrote it in the comment. The spaces are required in the name. So the name is basically in GitLab the vendor, project group, and then the project name. And Sentry needs those spaces. And it took me like 2 hours to find that information on the internet. So that was great. Yeah, and then you say finalize and deploys to which environment. So in GitLab you can also, I'm just deploying staging because this is my demo installation, which is not in production. But you switch depending on which server you deploy, and tell Sentry that it has version A on production and version B on the staging system. So, yes, and then you get this overview. Guess I'm much too fast as always. Doesn't matter. I try to just continue talking. There are additional features that Sentry has that are useful for us in a bigger company context, because we are, I don't know how many people at the moment, 405 or something like that in the small company, and in the group 1,500. So these guys work there. I'm just trying to verify if my numbers are correct. So if you want to have an admin creating users, that gets old fast. So we are using SAML SCIM provisioning, and integrate our wonderful Microsoft Active Directory service thingy into Sentry, including teams and groups and project access. So that's also on the team level. The authentication stuff thingy, Zeug. Think OAuth. OAuth 2, like single sign-on. I don't actually know, maybe somebody in the room does, what the letters are for. I just remember authentication stuff thing. What? You just made it up, okay. I can do that too. Susie access my laptop. Anyway, so basically if you have something like LDAP, Azure Active Directory, or something where you have a central user database, you can use that to synchronize the users to Sentry and have the group access rights. So, for example, if I fire Jörg, then goodbye Jörg, then I can just remove them in the central directory, and he also doesn't get Sentry error reports anymore. Sad for him. You can front-end session replace, I already talked about that. And another option is you can collect user feedback. So, you know, these annoying pop-ups like, what do you think about our website? Or the slightly less annoying, contact us, give feedback to this website. Things on websites, Sentry is providing a script for that, which then directly connects to the additional information it already collected. So you get user feedback, and you also get the info, was there an error in the session of this user that is just giving feedback? Was the page fast for this user who is giving feedback? What device was the user using? So move the mouse more often. So this is another option how to get information about the client into the system and connect it to all the other data that you have. And again, it's all integrated so that you get as much information as you can about why the client in this case had a problem, or why he could be unhappy. Because if he's the one client that got 6 seconds of load time and 2 errors, then I understand why he's unhappy, which is a different thing. If the page was fast and there were no errors, then maybe my content is the problem, so I can give that back to the client. We also have some project where our customers have access to Sentry to get these kind of overviews. So they like the dashboards, obviously, and also the user feedback. And another thing is you can do multi-project performance monitoring. In the last few years, we had a few projects where we were using microservice architecture or just multiple languages, bigger infrastructures, And the same thing we did with the trace connection from front end to back end, you can do that over projects. So this was one project with the back end and the front end, but you can also do that over 5 different projects as long as you get the meta information either via meta tag or via request header between the projects. Then you can do the tracing across projects, across technologies. Sentry is also not only tracking PHP and JavaScript, but it's basically doing all languages. Probably all languages is wrong, but everything that we are using for the web is supported. So Java, C#, is there anything? Go, Kotlin, I don't know. The list is very long nowadays. Yes. And now, I would like to show you how it works if I have internet, which doesn't look like it. This is what I feared. I also don't have a hand free, so I can't really. How does this work? I'm trying. DNS probe possible. That's nice. Let me try. The internet just went away. Doesn't really matter. I mean, I made screenshots of most important parts, and we have the kudos cards with the talk to me. So if you want to see the live demo, just find me after this talk. Bring me something to drink. Does it have internet? I'm trying to switch. But does he have internet now? I have time. You have time too, I guess. You're just sitting here. No, don't sing. Please don't sing. Yeah. Bist du eingeloggt?
Nee. Wohl doch bin ich.
Das ist jetzt natürlich ein Problem.
Dann nimm den Inkognito-Modus.
Wo ist der Inkognito? This is a Mac. Can somebody use a Mac? Watch me fail is the new topic. Do you have access to anything? I can't even click on a Mac. How do I click? Remain calm. It says remain calm. The error message says remain calm. And I can't even log out. Where am I? I'm just destroying his laptop now, I guess. That's just. Did you use that for something other than? Now I'm incognito. I see things. No, of course not. What's Alt? Option, thank you. And then? L. Ah. Now I learned something in my talk. Can somebody give me an add to copy? Now I have an, just wait for the super security. It doesn't recognize my face. Thank you, thing. It's really my face. Maybe I should show the picture Benny showed of me. Maybe that's my face. Yes, it's still a... Welcome to corporate IT. It's loading. It's loading. It's still loading. Do you want to see my phone? It's still loading. Yeah, now it stopped loading, but it's not working. It's totally easy. How do I reload? I'm just clicking buttons. I'm not working in an internet company. Yeah, you say that's a lucky number. I say my authenticator isn't saying anything to me. I'm just going to reload, then it's going to fail again because that doesn't work. Welcome to Login with Microsoft. No, I have a new request, so this is really my face. Are you sure? No, it's not, because it's actually not because my phone has Edge. I can just show the screenshots again, if you want. I mean... No, it has the internet thingy, but my phone won't connect to it. It doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter. So this is me failing. Just let's do it this way. And if you want to see that again later, you can come and find me, and I will show you how to fail in person. So yeah, any other questions? And please don't ask me how to use Macks. I'm just going to just silently close this. Helpful guy with the microphone.
Yeah, thank you for this talk. It looks like you use a centralized Sentry instance, and many websites connect to it, I think. So, may I ask how you handle when you track front-end performance, the GDPR things? Because IP addresses are directly sent from the browser to the Sentry client, which is not in the customer's company.
You can tell Sentry not to track the IP addresses. That's an option.
Okay, but the IP addresses are sent to the Sentry server, but not tracked.
No, because you have that on the integration part already. So before yeah, if you do the session replay stuff, then yes. Yeah. Otherwise, you can proxy that.
Okay,
and then you send it to your own server, not to the Sentry server.
Okay, so you can set up a proxy on your TYPO3 website. You send that.
Do that, and if you're self-hosting, then it's your self-hosted Sentry client. So then you can have a Sentry client for the customer, and then it's basically the same instance.
Okay, I think I understand. Thank you.
Okay. The guy in the back.
Yeah, thank you for the talk from my side too. Regarding your installation, is this a proof of concept or is this running in production at the moment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Depends on which part. So I have front-end performance, and the whole error tracking and monitoring stuff is all running in production. Just the back-end performance that you saw, specifically for TYPO3, that's the proof of concept.
Okay. How many projects are connected to the Sentry? My question is about, we have about, I would say, if we connect all our projects there, we have about 400. And then if all 400 is sending logs, and then we have, for example, we're going to debug in the front end, and there are a lot of users sending requests, that it would be, what was your experience performance-wise?
I mean, currently it's 80 projects all in all, so not nearly at your 400 level, but we still hope. So I'm doing basically this talk in our company in a few weeks. So I'm hoping that it will get more, but you have to scale the Sentry server, and then it's
possible.
Okay. It's okay. But that's basically why they are offering it as a software, as a service solution too, because they say if you scale it, then you see that it takes a lot of resources. So you need to have a big enough server, because Sentry alone starts like 22 Docker containers, just the basic setup, and then...
Yeah. I was a bit curious because I saw on GitHub it's running on Python. That's why I'm a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. So it's not the fastest tool on the planet.
What happens if the Sentry server crashes? Does the website also crash or have a long loading time?
It depends on what you're doing with it. Usually you can, so the front-end performance thingy doesn't have an impact, so if that crashes, it doesn't care about it. With the exception handler thing, it basically depends on how it's used. It may be that if the production exception handler tries to send the message to Sentry and gets a timeout, it also impacts how long it takes for the production exception to show on your system. But I don't actually know in all detail what would happen, because you could also have the Sentry SDK sending a health check and then not sending the data. I'm not fully sure.
Okay, thank you.
Ah, true. He wants to answer.
You can set up a relay on the server. Because you need that for performance tracing, because every time you make a span, it sends the request to Sentry, and if you have a big performance tracing, then you add a delay of about 200 milliseconds per span to your request.
Hi, thanks for the talk. Did you compare the cost between self-hosting, running it yourself, and just using the software as a service?
No. Especially not me, because I came back to my company and Sentry was already there, so I just started using it because we were hosting it anyway. But, I mean, in our case, I have to say we have our own, what's Rechenzentrum in English? Data center. We have our own data center and a whole team of people doing this stuff. So in most cases, our answer is let's do it ourselves, let's host it ourselves. But I don't know if it's cost effective, to be honest here. Any other questions?
Thank you. About costs. How many it costs for a customer? Do you charge the customer for Sentry usage for each project? How do you sell it to the customers?
We usually don't, we just use it. So because we're self-hosting it and just have in-house costs, most times it's calculated in the normal maintenance pauschale, yeah, cost fees that you have monthly. So there's no additional cost, because Sentry itself is just the hosting cost. Otherwise, it's free. Didn't remember the word free. This is the level of my mind at the moment.
What about the GDPR regulations? If you collect so much user information, did you integrate it behind a consent management or something?
The question is which information. So we had the IP
like the
question,
browser and so
but
on.
the browser isn't user-specific information.
Okay.
So most of the data, I would say, we can probably argue for hours, isn't user-specific. It's mainly the IP address that might be a problem, but you can actually proxy that. So that's not a problem, I think.
So you would say I can track this without
I would say
taking
that,
care.
but ask a lawyer. Please ask a lawyer. I'm not going to.
Okay, thank you.
So I'd like to know, do you have experience with false positives or let's say spammers that scan the web for Sentry servers and send fake messages? And yeah, I don't know, is there anything that came up for you?
No, not in the current projects, not that I know of. I'm just looking at the people. Doesn't seem so. What we have is we have a lot of crawler bots that produce JavaScript errors because probably they can't interpret stuff, but you can filter these really easily, but we don't have spamming attacks at the moment.
So you then say, okay, ignore errors like this from now on, or
Yeah.
what? And
Yeah, the auto ignore.
So the question would be how many hours went into ignoring invalid stuff?
Not a lot. In our case, not a lot. So usually it's the user agent and is already the bot string, and then you can just say no more of this.
Thanks.
So in the end, I just want to, it's not a question, just a recommendation. I set up my own Sentry a few months ago, and while setting it up, I experienced weird issues in the first place until I saw the requirements, and I hardly think that when you set up your own Sentry instance just for testing, just if you have one website running with it, use at least 4 GB of RAM. So when you go to your Hetzner or some cloud provider and set up a new instance with 2 gigs, you might run into problems which are quite hard to figure out. Just as a recommendation when you want to start with Sentry, use quite of a large machine, only for testing purposes. Thank you.
True. Okay, then we are now in time. Have fun and find me if you want to talk.
Jetzt.
Is this working? Okay, perfect, great. Yeah, and what I'm going to show you is something fresh out of our labs. And but before I start, I invite you to just follow me on a mind journey, just a little one, I promise, so that this helps me to get my point across later. Every one of you has sat in front of a computer where you're not the only user, right? Like you have a login and a password. And now imagine you're the administrator of one of those systems, let's say at a lab on the university campus. And for every user that wants to sign up on your server, on your computer, you have to create a partition, install the OS, the apps, and whatnot. And then you're not done, because when you have like a couple of users, it already gets frustrating. You have to keep all those installations updated all the time. And with thousands, this would be insane. It would sit there, every installation, and eat up your disk space, and it's a nightmare, right? So, but we seem to accept this in the realm of hosting. So do we at Janos, because we have, like, when you want to sign up for a TYPO3 hosting instance, you create an account with the hosting company, download TYPO3, create a database, go through the installer, and then you're ready to start. And then things evolve. There are security fixes you have to apply. You have to keep your software updated all the time. And yeah, this gets really bothersome at some time. And we have a solution for that, probably. So I'm going to show you the solution, and then you decide. Actually, what I'm going to show you is a hosting platform that we started developing, I think, 18 years ago. What was initially a bunch of Apache modules for Apache 1.3 at that time, evolved into more, and at some point we started to replace parts of the system, build our own web server, load balancer, cron daemons, SSH plugins, log servers, and all that. Fast forward 20 years. We are now hosting like hundreds of thousands of customers on top of this stack. And this outperforms in a lot of disciplines every other stack that we have been able to get our hands on. So I'm going to show you what this looks like. Let's say you are a hosting company that, or maybe an agency that wants to get started with this platform. And what would you do? You would sign up with Ionos and get an API key. That's what I have done before, so I don't have to do that. And yeah, so in order to, when a customer signs up, I need to create a customer on my side via the API. I'm the agency now. I just copy this piece of curl statement. You see, I just do a curl. It's a post basically against an endpoint in the API that creates a customer, and I just grab out the ID because everything else I don't care about. So let's copy that and execute it on the command line. That's it. I have a customer now. Let's look at my file. What? Okay. Okay, there's my customer. Let's create another one. Yeah, I have now 2 customers. And you see, it's API first approach. Everything is tenant ready, so you can, everyone who can acquire or use an API key is ready to go. Now I create a hosting instance on top of this for this customer. It's just a shell for whatever product I want to provision for this customer. This creates a default vanilla hosting account for this particular customer. I look into instances, I see this is the instance ID and it has already a host that I can open in my browser, and yeah, it says it works, which is boring, but this gets somewhere, believe me. So now I want to log in into that, or allow the customer to log in into her web space instance. I have to upload the SSH key. This is basically just submitting my SSH key to the endpoint SSH keys. This is, as you can see, just grabbing the last ID out of the instances. I execute that and then I'm good to go. So this is the SSH command. Again, if I don't do SSH, you will see it's just the address that I'm going to SSH to. Let's go there, and I am in a container that has just like a couple of things running, and when I browse my web space, it just contains the bare bones of a hosting account. All right, so this thing is packed with all the features that you would expect from a vanilla hosting, be it like different web servers, Nginx, Apache. You can run Node.js processes inside of this containers. You can do basically anything that comes to your mind, because this is what happened over the last 20 years. We just came up with something that's missing, and then we start coding it, and yeah. Maybe I have time to show you that later, but now we are on TYPO3 conference, so I'm gonna scroll down a bit, and you will see the same command that I issued somewhat earlier, but just with the product TYPO3 instead of default. And let's do that. It takes a little bit longer. It was 1 second, maybe 2 seconds. Let's time this thing just to see how long it takes. It's 1.8 seconds to create this instance now. Again, we want to see where to log in. This is the host name. It's just, again, what's inside my instances file. It just grabs the last one and concatenates some stuff to it, and yeah, I can now, oops. Okay, so I try to log in, and it asks me for a password. Great, now I have a TYPO3 instance created on top of my stack. That's all there is to it. You can create all of these again and again. It's running on the staging environment, so it's not the fastest. On the production environment, this will just take like a fraction of a second. And I take the next one, open it. Okay. Let's switch to the back end. For simplicity, I just took the install password for the backend. I think it is not a good idea at some point, but for the demo, that's maybe sufficient. And let's create a third one while we're at it, or maybe also a fifth one. So that's fine now. Let's also log into this one. So you see where I was getting at earlier when I show you now what you can do, because this is something I need to update as well, right? I need to be able to update all these instances that accumulate over time. At some point, I might have like hundreds, thousands of those instances on my server. And that's what I'm going to do. Oh, before I do, let me show you what this one contains. So I uploaded my SSH key. Now I log into that one, and if I open Find, you will see in my web space there is just like these files. That's all there is. There's a TYPO3 conf folder. There's a TYPO3 temp and some, folders that have to be there all the time. Fine. Now, this is a pretty old instance, as you can spot here. It's a 12.1.3. There are newer instances, newer versions of TYPO3 out there. So let's go and upgrade this instance. That's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to upgrade, oops, I'm still logged in. I'm going to upgrade this one to a 12.3.0. Then that was the last one, I think. So if I reload, you'll see this got instantly upgraded to 12.3.0. I could do this now for every one of them, because if I reload here, I'm still stuck at 12.1.3. I will do that, check if 12.3.0 works for all TYPO3 instances that I have, and if I'm confident this is something that's working, I decide to, okay, this is also maybe interesting before I continue. I just switch to environment. Where's the password? That's the last one I had. This is running on top of PHP 8.2.6. A new PHP version just came out, and I'm going to switch my last instance to run on PHP, let's say 8.2.9. Then I'm going to close this window and again open it, and now I'm running on PHP 8.2.9. Okay, cool. So now that I'm confident that 12.3.0 is working, I now tell my installation, and this is the API that's still not exposed as a tenant API, so you can't do this for all your customers. This has to be done by someone who's authorized to maintain the TYPO3 versions. So this API, you see, it goes to a port that is not exposed, but this will be part of the tenant API later on, so that you can, every agency can decide what version of TYPO3 is the one that they're going to use. So I'm going to switch this to 12. What was it? 3.0. Okay. So now that I did this, I can reload this one, and you see it switched to 12.3, and so did this one, and every other instance running on my cluster as well. Good. at some point, I figure also I might want to change the default TYPO3 because these ones are still using 826. I decide to give everyone 829. All right, so this one as well gets an 829, right? Okay. I can delete, obviously, specific TYPO3 versions, but now comes the interesting part. 12.3.0 is already outdated, so there is newer versions out there. So let's grab a new version and upload it to the platform. I think 12.4.4 is the latest. This two scripts, I will show you the source file because this is really not that crazy. This one will just fetch TYPO3 from TYPO3 Azure Edge, and then it will untar it and then just grab the index.php TYPO3 vendor and pack it all again and fix the owners to all belong to root. And the other script is 60 lines long. It will just start a upload against the version that I specified here, and then I'm good to go. So 12.4.4 is now on my platform. I can verify that by looking at this, I think, yeah. And I see there is a 12.4.4, right? I do the same thing for the 2 and also the 3. So I have all versions on my cluster. When I reload, you see I can choose now between all these versions. Then I decide I want to change the default TYPO3 version for all newly created accounts. So there's a channel default that's implicit with all TYPO3s. So if I change this one, every instance out there will get 12.3. Oh, we've been here, right? Exactly. So I can create different channels. Like, let's say we are testing TYPO3 now. The new 12.4.5 is ready to roll out. But before we do, we upload it into a new created channel that's channel nightly. And I can reload this, and you will see there is a new channel that's, it's nightly not be 12.2, but 12.4.x. And now when I reload, you see it's reflected there. This whole thing might look like a bunch of scripts that run on one box, but it's a cluster of servers that can be as many as like hundreds of servers that are all in one cluster. When I upload a package, for example, TYPO3, it lands in a registry, pretty much like a Docker registry, and then a multicast is sent out into the cluster. Every node knows that there is a new set of TYPO3 versions, and then will drop its cache. I don't know if I can show you that. Let's try. So, try again, and you can see there is a invalidation command that is sent out to all nodes in the cluster, not only this one, but also the next one. This is a very small cluster. It's just a cluster of 2. Sorry. So also this one will see the invalidate command that goes out to the cluster. The same stuff happens if I update a specific version, like let's say this one, or change PHP, upgrade TYPO3. Yeah, that's the one. If I change this one to go to 12.4.4, you will see there's a specific invalidate for this site only, for the 36790. So let's find this 36790 in my process tree. It's not there yet. Maybe I'm on the wrong box. I'm sure on the wrong box. So I try this one, and you see, no, it's also not here. So I have to reload the last one. This was the one. And then the container is spun up again, right? It was a sleeping container with TYPO3, and now it started. Again, we have to look for it. There it is. And you see, it starts TYPO3. So we did a lot of optimizations to this platform. One of these optimizations is whenever you upload a TYPO3 version, it gets compiled. We run opcache compiler on top of it, then zip it, but not just we don't open it and read it in like you would normally with thousands of system calls. It's just one file that we map into the process memory of the server and are good to go. This, for example, reduces the number of system calls that TYPO3 needs in order to get running from 12,000 to 4,000. I have prepared a few traces. That's the two traces of a default version running under Apache. As you can see, this one has 10,000 lines, which is just to the moment where it sends the doc type HTML. This is the page being rendered, and this is the time it takes to render the optimized version. It's just 4,500 system calls, which is the currency that you have to pay in terms of performance on any sort of system. Is the number of system calls that you require in order to run this. So, yeah. Well, this is already nice, but let's show you something else. Now, this is my instance still running, and I'm in a cluster, right? So I can shut down the web server that, I stop it, the web server that runs on this box. It's gone. No processes left anymore. And I trigger reload, and it's there again. So what happened? It's still not running, but all these, since it's just a cluster of two, will have ended up running 790. That's the one, right? Did someone remember the ID? I think it was 36790. So whenever a box just goes out of service or gets updated, which happens every week, we just reboot the servers. They reinstall themselves completely automatically. The servers themselves don't contain any state, so they are all the time being updated. Oh, you see there's still an optimization process running for 12.4.4. After I've uploaded it, it will compile it and then store it. So every process that is running now is still running on the unoptimized version, and is still pretty darn fast, I would say. There is a comparison I did. Where did I do it? I think, oh, it's here. Let me go back to this. I think there is a comparison, and you can see that after a standard TYPO3 installation, we have like 80 megabytes of hard disk footprint. And yeah, loading it takes 10,000 system calls, and a warm installation delivers within 25 milliseconds, and a cold one within 350 milliseconds, and with our stack, it's just 4,000 system calls, and a warm one delivers within 19 milliseconds and 155 milliseconds for a cold start. Good. So what am I gonna show you now? Because I think that's basically the part that was TYPO3 only, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is for the nightly channels. Once I've created channels, I can create accounts that only that they take their version from the nightly channel, for example, or whatever dev channel, staging channel, you name it. I can show you just what these all look like. So let's say we look at PHP. Yeah, PHP is the same like with TYPO3. We push PHP the same way into the environment, and we can select the PHP version to use. We do this every time a new PHP version is available. We just push it, and then it's there. And you can see we have, like, for different QA stages, we have different versions that they use. They can switch it themselves, or QA teams that, for example, QA the WordPress installations that we have. They push, they go on different PHP versions, and at some point they upgrade just their channel, and only the accounts listening to that PHP channel will get a new PHP version. So I think I have a little time left, right? So I'm gonna show you what the stack looks like. It's I told you already, it's like all the parts that you will need for running a hosting environment, which is a container manager, a web server in one thing. So let's start the thing that we just stopped. That's a web server. And now it should populate back. So when I refresh this one, I'm gonna end up again on the same box, because this is naturally my home. I'm always sent to this web server so that the cache locality is high, and I try to be consistent in how we distribute the customers between the nodes on the cluster. And yeah, there's all the parts that I told you about, a load balancer. I checked exactly before we came here. The first commit of the web server, which is all open source, was in July 2007. Fast forward, we are now at, I think, 21,000 commits, and this is a full-blown web server that can talk all the protocols that you use in the web. It talks NFS to NFS servers by itself without going through the kernel code. And so many features that I'm not gonna be able to fit into this talk, but have a look at it. I think this is a really gem if you're into this kind of stuff. The whole stack is built using C++ now. I think it's 93.7% C++. There is still some C code around and a few scripts, but yeah, that's the whole stack. Every part of it is written from scratch. And yeah, I promised you, if we have time, I show you how this is actually not so boring. This is the default type of account. I created a default one, and then let's upload my SSH key, and then log into that one. You see, this is what? wrong folder. So, now I'm logged in. This is not the right one. No, I didn't. Oh, yeah, you're right. Totally. So, I wanted the default instance, not a TYPO3. This is what instance? This is the default one. Thanks. So, now, let's try. Oh, I need to upload my SSH key because otherwise I will get my system, my private SSH key is can log into the account on the staging environment without being uploaded there, but I'm in admin mode then. So I'm in my account now, and you see it's pretty simple, a web space, right? Nothing special to it. Let's take its URL and curl it. Okay, it works. We had that before. I do that with some headers. You see, this is the CM4 web server, which is the server string of this bank proxy. And now I'm going to switch this last instance that we created to someone really likes Apache, for instance. And now we're going to switch this one to use the Apache web server. So if I request that again, you see there's an Apache responding. I do, you know what? You see best who's responding. That's when you create or cause an error. Then you see this is a error that Apache will give you. So now let's switch this to also, before we go on, I will show you how this looks like on the system. There is this Apache now running for this last account that we created. So let's switch this to use Nginx. And now if I look in the process tree, there is no Nginx running because I haven't made a request to this instance yet. So let's try my error again. And you see now there is an Nginx responding. In the process tree, I can see an Nginx down here that's responding. Well, you know what? Let's do Node.js. Why so complicated? And then for Node.js, obviously, I can't do index PHP or index HTML. So I have to log into that account. There was this one. Log in via SSH. Cool. And create a index.js. Oops. And I happen to have a sample Node.js file lying around here, demo. There we are. Easy, huh? So now I do my request again, and now there's a Node.js server in charge of my account. I log in back here, and you will see there is a node running for me. Okay, so let's do something else also. I switched this back to Apache. Then I can show you one more nice thing. When running Apache in a container, and everything else you saw was in containers that were spun up just in the moment that I put the request in. It's based on Linux namespaces. We do what Kubernetes does, what Docker does, what everyone else does, because That's how you isolate processes, and that's also what you saw when I log in via SSH. And when I do that, I'm free to give this customer now every possibility to do with his account whatever he wants. So let's log into the last account. Again, in my cheat sheet, I will log in. And now I create etc folder, and in my etc folder, I create an httpd conf and say directory / allow override all, and then directory. So, I know, right? You've been paying attention. So now I have to obviously restart my Apache, which I can do as a customer. It's not really Apache control. It's just a channel pointing upwards out of the container saying, whatever process is running for me, please kill it, because the next one, not kill it, fade it out. So every request that it's still processing will be processed further. But the next request that comes in, I want you to do stuff again from the start. So now I do this, and I get a very, very unreadable error message. This is because we are on a development environment and verbose response is activated, which says you can basically read the whole recipe, what our server would do in order to start this Apache. And it says, connection refused, this Apache won't come up, okay? So I still can't figure out what I did wrong, so I open my log files. This is the error log files of the Apache, and I do my curl again, and I see there's the server will tell me happily, syntax error on line 74 of that one, which includes this. And on line 3, there is something that's not right. So if I fix this, I'm able to do my request again. The Apache will come up. So you can basically do whatever you want with your Apache. You can load modules. You can configure it all to your wishes. And you can do that with Nginx. You can do that with everything that you run in this environment because it's all container-based. And at the end, you can just use a Fedora container for this, and with Apache and a SUSE container for that. So it's all, since we are just spinning up containers and giving them the request every time, that's yeah. So you just showed me that I have 10 minutes, which means I just have 5 minutes now. So I think that's 5 minutes, right? So questions, probably the last 5 minutes, or maybe you want me to go on showing you more, but yeah.
I've seen the abbreviation WAS, which means probably Web Application Socket, what you just open sourced, this protocol. You
exactly.
It's a zero copy protocol, so it's not fast CGI, which copies between processes. So how does it basically work? Because I didn't read the documentation yet. Is it like writing to shared memory and pointing the memory region to the other process or something like that?
Not really. It's a splice system call that we use. You just the process that produces the output. The web server doesn't care about what PHP wants to write towards the client. So the web server just says, splice this content without copying it, and you don't touch it.
Basically directly to the kernel and the network interface.
Exactly. And if you know FastCGI, you know FastCGI is a multiplexed protocol interspersed with error messages and whatnot, control stuff. And VAS goes with two channels. It has a control channel and a data channel, so you can splice, you can use send file and whatever you want.
Are you using that only for the communication between the server and PHP, or also other stuff like
All
Node
the
and
things.
everything?
So the Apache that
Okay.
you saw, no, this one is going over HTTP, I'm sorry. Actually, everything that we built, we built basically on top of VAS. So I show you just the process list of one of these servers, and then you will see all these things like WordPress manage or processes like account create. All these are based on the VAS protocol, which is really, really has made our life so easy.
And because you're currently working on the TYPO3 integration, you have already a lot of experience in the WordPress field. How do you manage WordPress plugins in relation to the core version? Because what I see is that the core version is basically delivered via a package and is an extension handled as data in the user space, or is it also like compiled into this opcache zip stuff?
There is this and that. We have like we have modules that are pre-compiled and part of the stream that I can just try to catch one of these processes before it goes away and show you what it looks like. This is some process that just sits there, and you see this is what this looks like. It's a PHP runtime environment, which is a container. It contains 14 files. That's all there is. It doesn't have an init process, it doesn't have a shell, it doesn't have anything that is not needed there. It's built with muscle libc, so it's really small. And then it will mount a temp file system into this environment, an opt file system where WordPress gets mounted. And now you see there is, for example, for one product that we deliver, themes that we mount into this space. We have plugins that we mount into the space, and we have the user's home that we mount into the space. And so everything gets, it's pretty much like Docker with different layers, and it will get mounted together and all within like milliseconds and good to go. Okay. All after recipes that we configure, and then you just address those recipes from the database that just contains those configurations.
Okay, thank you. One last thing, that opcache zipping thing isn't open source, that's proprietary, right?
I think it is open source, at least
you
everything.
have a fork with the WAS support, is it included in there?
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
It's a PHP WAS version that is in our GitHub repo, which was the last, this one. And there you find the PHP with VAS, which also contains the opcache zip file. And I think this is one of the greatest achievements because it sped up like almost everything. You just have two system calls. It's an open and an mmap instead of thousands of files that you have to open, to access, to do whatever you have to do in order to load PHP. Any other questions? Sure.
Thank you. Hi. So if I understood correctly, you basically built your own container runtime. Could I still use this to run any of the standard container image formats? Like, could I start an OCI image or something like that?
Actually, we would have to have some way to read those container formats, but actually we don't care. We almost adapt to anything that's there. We, at some point, thought about just being able to read the Docker image or be able to talk to Docker registries to pull those packages, but we gave it up because I mean, Docker is really, it changed so many things for so many people, but if you look inside it, it's sort of horrible. So, yeah, I mean, code-wise, so yeah. But yeah, it's not possible right now. I don't know these formats, but if they are common enough, we would adapt to them if that's something someone wants.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I think there was one more hand.
Yeah, so this Bang proxy you built is basically a new container environment, right?
It's a web server with a container environment, and this is what is special because it will accept the connection from the client, and then it will start the container and just cross-connect those two without going over network. Meaning that, for example, the Apache that is started doesn't have the ability to bind to a port or to do listen. It will just get a socket pair and...
Yeah, that's exactly my question. Do you use socket activation and pass the sockets to the subprocessors, or do you proxy to, let's say, does the proxy process all incoming requests because it advertises itself as a web server, or is the request processing done inside the containers?
It's done inside the containers and it's done by the target, but obviously the proxy has to read the headers to know what to do with the request, right?
Why? I mean, if you have you considered using systemd socket activation and passing requests directly to the servers inside the container? I'd like to understand why another container environment had to be started and why...
Because someone needs to manage all these containers, right? Because if you spin up a container, then you give it requests. If the container dies, for example, you have to spin up a new one. If the demand is more, then you can just use one container with. You spin up more containers, you spin up more processes inside the same container. So, for example, with Node.js, we have, I think, configured a concurrency of 256. So once the Node.js process is running 256 requests at the same time, we will spin a second one inside the same thing. But yeah, the Bang proxy needs to read every client request that comes in, because they can come in like in all sorts of sessions, and I at least have to look at the HTTP host header to know which target is going to receive these connections, except if I had like IP addresses mapping to each instance, but I don't want that. I have just
that's exactly my question, because why don't you use is that this we still have to handle with IP version 4, because with IP version 6 you basically could bind every container instance to one address and save this one proxy that is your
Believe me, we have gone through all these hoops, and what you say is basically possible if I'm just a small shop that has like 10 websites, 10 IP addresses. That's good. We're Jonas. We're running millions of web hosting spaces. They're not all on this new stack yet. They're moving there, but we have these at telcos, at big telcos, and they have just one IP address out there. It's terminating at a big IP, and then it will get distributed between like a full cluster of nodes that run your hundreds, thousands of environments at the same time. So yeah, it's probably possible to do something like that, but we tried the most feasible one, and this proxy just splices, you know? It just connects the client with the web server and just will let them both communicate. So it's not copying data from reading it from the PHP process, writing it to the client. It will just tell the kernel, whatever comes from the PHP process, this is for the client, and tell me when you're ready so I can continue with this socket.
Okay. Yeah.
I think my time is over, probably. Yeah, it is.
Just a quick
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a seat. Thank you very much. And if someone could close the door, it would be nice as well. Thank you very much. So as a starter, I would like to invite you to say hello to Panda. Please say hello. Well, Panda does not approve. Maybe we can try again, a little bit more enthusiastic. Come on. All right. Panda approves. Thank you very much for your cooperation. As you might have noticed already on the first slide, I have a little bit twist in the title of the slide. And I admit it's a little bit of a very clickbaity title, but in some sense I really mean it, that it's something like this is possible. Some of you maybe joined the talk of Andreas Nebal just a few minutes ago. This is basically taking the framework Andreas showed and tightly integrating it with TYPO3. But yeah, first of all, my name is Helmut Hummel. I've done previously stuff like CLI and console and composer things. And since a few years, basically since the pandemic arrived, I got interested more and more in front-end stuff. So now I'm twofold, back-end and front-end doing things. If you want to contact me, you can contact me via Mastodon or TYPO3 Slack. That's fine with me. All right, I also want to start with a little bit of history, just a few minutes, just a quick recap how we started with the web previously. In the old days with Netscape, we didn't have much things, right? We had the Netscape Navigator, the only browser that was feasible to use. We had things like static HTML pages, and we had possibilities to interact as a user and the browser with these pages with links. So href, that was one interaction. And who knows which other interaction was also possible back in these days? Forms, right? So we had some guest books or stuff like that. But everything was yeah, basically in the browser, the user doing some stuff, and everything got sent to the server. The server does some stuff and responds also with HTML. That was the old days. And of course, things like TYPO3 evolved, other PHP frameworks, other PHP applications like also guest books or forum software or things like this. And everything was basically you're doing things and everything is server-side rendered and passed back to the browser. But then with the emerging and the web platform and the browsers getting more powerful, JavaScript was introduced, getting more powerful, and then there was one switch when it was possible to fetch, actually do HTTP requests with JavaScript, which is called Ajax, and libraries like jQuery came into existence, and then more powerful things were built. So we still had the server side, but we also built a lot of JavaScript and jQuery things on the client. So yeah, we loved it and sometimes we hated it. We created a lot of jQuery code, a lot of sometimes convoluted jQuery code. This is just one random image I got from the internet, but you get the idea. It's just jQuery was great as a small tool, but maintaining these functionality with jQuery, especially if you connected it to server-rendered HTML, it was quite messy. And after a few years, some very smart people came up with other concepts, other ideas, how we could do interactive client JavaScript things, and frameworks like AngularJS in the beginning, then Angular 2 and React and Vue appeared with a totally different approach, right? So you define components in JavaScript and the framework just renders them and everything is shiny and fast and yeah, so you still had a little bit of static HTML, but basically you only had HTML header and a body, and inside was just one div which is called, which often has the ID app, and then the React or Vue or whatever framework renders the complete application in JavaScript, into this div basically. So where is the HTML? Yeah, well, it's actually encapsulated in the JavaScript you're shipping to the browser, right? So the JavaScript for the application you're writing in JavaScript has to be somewhere. So it is in, basically in your JavaScript file, which includes the Angular and whatever library, and also the HTML or the rendering code for the application. Which is kind of amazing because a lot of very dynamic applications could be built with that, but it also resulted in huge JS bundles and dealing with trying to split those in multiple smaller ones and only request the ones that you need and things like this. And if you really wanted to do websites with this, it was really bad for SEO, for search engine optimization, because basically there's no HTML in there, right? Everything was rendered with JavaScript, and search engines didn't like that. And also it could become complex and slow to build these applications, especially if you start rendering based on some API response from any server. All right, but then there came a new era, the dawn of a new era, which was server-side HTML rendering. Wait, what? Didn't we have this with Netscape 2.0 already? But yeah, right. In the JavaScript ecosystem, some very cool projects emerged, and that is like things like Next or Nuxt or Remix, AstroQuick. There are many more. And the basic approach, how they fix these CEO, the search engine issues, and also why do we deliver such big JavaScript bundles is, okay, we're still using JavaScript to render the page, but we don't do it in the browser, but we have a JavaScript server and then render that on the server and then ship the resulting HTML to the browser and only ship a little bit of JavaScript for the interactivity. So which is great. So we have now with these JavaScript application frameworks, we have great CEO, great performance. We have one code base, which is amazing, really. So you write client-side code and you write server-side code, and it's all JavaScript, and they can share the same logic. You can share domain logic on the client and on the server, and it's a very great ecosystem in general. So it's amazing. But there are also some challenges, right? So especially if you want to integrate something like TYPO3, like it was also proposed here with having headless, so having a headless CMS and then having something like Nuxt or Next, which actually renders the contents from the CMS. You have two servers. You have the JavaScript server, which renders the HTML, and then you also have the TYPO3 server, and that's it's amazing, it's great, you can do great things with it, but it's not a trivial setup, right? It's for development setup, you need to take care and have the setup in place, and for deployment as well. Somewhere in the cloud or on the target servers, the JavaScript server, Node server, or whatever needs to run, not only your TYPO3 server. So. All right, so we have this server-side rendering stuff, but how's TYPO3 then? We have everything in TYPO3 already, right? So why do we need a new application framework like Next or Nuxt or whatever, which renders things on the server, HTML on the server? We have that in TYPO3 already, so it comes out of the box. It has decent performance. We have a SEO extension, search engine optimization extension. We basically ship a basic application framework with XBase. There are possibilities to include other application frameworks. And of course, we have a CMS already built in, right? So what are we missing? Yeah, actually, we don't have this one, it basically comes out of the box, but how the website looks and how you interact with the website, there's no guidelines or there's no framework, so we don't deliver anything. TYPO3 itself doesn't bring anything. So what if we just find some kind of, what I'm proposing here, secret ingredient, which makes this small bit which is missing feasible to implement and use TYPO3 to actually build great interactive and fun to use applications or websites. And that's what the one who listened to the talk already know, to the last talk from Andreas. Just a recap for everyone else and everyone on the internet. Hotwire Turbo is just a small JavaScript library. You don't have to write any additional JavaScript. You keep your server-rendered HTML. So basically, you have your TYPO3 in this example with all your Fluid templates. And you only add small additional HTML tags, which Hotwire Turbo brings or invents. And with adding these tags, you basically define something like I'm calling islands of interactivity. So that's basically regular HTML, like in the old days, right? We have a link, we have a form, and if we would put this in a Fluid template, then everything would go to the TYPO3 server directly, and the browser would request that and respond to that. But if we add a little tag in addition, like in this small example, a turbo frame tag, give it an ID, then the following happens. Hotwire Turbo, the library, kicks in, sees this tag, registers every link interaction or captures every link interaction within this frame tag and every form submission within this frame tag, and basically forbids that, or tells the browser, don't request yourself, I will going to request it, and then fetches everything via AJAX, does an XHR request, and within this response, Hotwire looks for this frame ID, which is specified here, which initiated the request, right? And if it finds something in there, it just replaces the contents from the response, and only this part of the page is replaced. So that's the theory behind, and what I'm proposing here is TopWire, or what I'm presenting here is TopWire, which basically is TYPO3 combined with Hotwire, which is then the TYPO3 extension Hotwire. And what I'm also trying to propose here, or to suggest here, is that as with all connections of love, the sum of all parts, or the result is most of the time more than the sum of all parts, right? So it's not just throwing a JavaScript library on TYPO3 and then one line of TypoScript and including this library, but doing a little bit more to have a very, very nice and deep integration into TYPO3. And to see this in action, you can do yourself. The website is actually live. I'm still struggling with the layout and the texts and the marketing material. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the wrong URL. I'm going to fix this quickly. TrueWire. That's of course wrong. Thank you very much for letting me know. Okay, now that's correct. No, that's not correct. That's correct. And now I move this here, and okay, now that's the correct link, right? So you can see things there, but I'm also going to present it here for you. So, what I have here is basically a small plugin. I've written it myself. It's a small X-based plugin, a very small controller action, which basically takes one count argument and assigns it to the template. It does nothing more. And it has a few more buttons here. And the buttons are nothing more than just regular links, right? So it's just a normal link, and then you pass the argument to the plugin, which is counter equals 1, and This is counter minus, and yeah. So it's just a regular link. If this frame tag wouldn't be around it, which is here, then a regular server request would be sent. But with this frame tag around, which you can see here, it also has the ID frame only. If I switch to the network request, network tab, I press the plus here, then I see a network request coming in here, and you see here it's a full HTML document like TYPO3 would just render it, right? It's a plugin, the plugin is put on the page, so TYPO3 responds with the whole page, including this plugin, and inside this HTML there's a fraction with a turbo frame, and the library just replaces this part then here with the result of this response. And then it looks like, I mean, I'm really scrolling in this part of the page, you can see the page is not reloaded, and I'm just, yeah, it's just like if I have written JavaScript, but in fact I have written just a regular XBase action, I have smashed a turbo frame around it, and then bam. So, but still, that's basically what you get with just Hotwire only. But why do we actually render everything here? Why do we render the meta tags? Why do we render the menu and the footer and whatever? What if we could just render? Why can't we just render the output of the HTML, right? Well, that's possible. And with TopWire, you just wrap the turbo frame tag. It's a view helper. You wrap that in an additional view helper, which is called context plugin, which basically instructs the frame to say, okay, for frame responses, please don't return the whole HTML, but the HTML of the current plugin that is now rendered, right? This is a template of a fluid plugin. And I'm telling, okay, if any link action is happening here, please TopWire don't return the whole page, but just render this plugin, which is actually, actually in charge here. So if I clear this out and press the button here again, you actually see that's what is happening here. And you didn't have to write anything for that. So previously, this was possible, of course, as well. You would have defined a page type, a special page type with a magic number, would have to remember this magic number, and then you would have to write jQuery code or whatever, native fetch code, JavaScript, to fetch the HTML for this page type, and then find the element there, whatever. It is complicated. In this case, you install the TopWire extension, include the JavaScript, and then smash around in your existing plugin, smash around a few view helpers, and you get dynamic experiences. And I would like to take this even further. So, I mean, this example was my own extension, in which I changed the templates. But in theory, you can get even one step further. Like in this example, it's a regular form, login form, like from the TYPO3 core. I haven't touched the fluid templates at all, except for some styling issues like making the buttons nicer and this message nicer, but anything, there's no frame tag in there. And if I submit this form, the full page is reloaded, right? There's no XHR request here. The full page is reloaded. And that's probably, it's okay, basically, but the user experience could be nicer. So what I've done here, just to show off how it works and how it could work, is I added a few new fields to all content elements, saying, okay, this content element, please wrap it in a turbo frame. And if I save this and do this again, then suddenly not the whole page is submitted, but yeah, the form is captured, but still you get the full HTML response, except I check another box here saying, please scope everything to this plugin, which is currently rendered, or to this, actually to this content element that is currently rendered. And then if I submit this form, you get the result, only the frame or only this content element, right? That's pretty nice and not so much effort, and you get, yeah, basically you get a login box in place where it could be in a sidebar, it could be in a menu or whatever, and I don't think we had to write a lot of JavaScript, but we had to write JavaScript for that, to achieve that in the past. All right, so let's take this further. We have other forms, like this is a small example form stripped down from the introduction package from the form framework. Basically the same. Yeah, I can edit this element, and if I look here, if I would submit it, there's a thank you page, redirect finisher, which would lead you to this page, and then I can go here and activate rep and scope. So only this plugin is rendered, or this content element, and then I'm doing this, and oh, great! There's a redirect happening here. And I'm still getting the response here. How's this magic working? Well, it's actually working because this content element here, which is the, yeah, basically a content element, basic content element, I told this content element to also be in a turbo frame, which actually happens to have the same ID as this form element, and then they are connected together, and I have nice interactivity without any effort at all. And to take it even further, I like to switch to this example here for news. Everything we had already, so we have rep in turbo frame, we have a frame ID, which we say scope this frame, and then say save and view, and then we have this nice little news list, and if you closely follow the URL here, we are making the page browser here, which is nice. So it's not requesting the whole page. It's just doing AJAX request, even for the links for the single view, but the URL doesn't change. That's annoying. That's not the case if we wouldn't have this JavaScript, but we can tell the JavaScript library to just do that. To just we're basically just telling this frame, if you're capturing a URL, then please put it in the browser, because there's an API there. So that's what Hotwire also brings with, which I made possible to enable here. And what now happens is I'm using this, and I'm getting the URL updated here, and I could even go back button, and the back button is immediate because it's cached. And if you remember how I mean, it wasn't 4 weeks of work, but it was a little bit of work to do to achieve this in the past. Oops, I'm sorry. So, and last but not least, I'm here in a single view, and the URL is updated for the single view, and what you can see here, the title is also updated for the single view. So that's what's possible with TopWire right now. All right, so just a recap, TopWire tutorial, write code that works server-side, basically, sprinkle it with some additional HTML tags, profit, it works. Right? So, so it's easily, I would say, because of that, it's easily accessible. You don't have to write JavaScript, but you can, of course, do other things to make it even better. You can achieve great results with very little effort, and that's really nice. And also great is that even if the browser, for some reason, because the connection is dropped and the website is there and the JavaScript is not loaded, everything else works. Even if the JavaScript is not there, or if the users disable JavaScript for any reason, these links are just regular links and just work like the application would work. And what I would also like to highlight is that because you implemented it server-side, you can start like that. You can say, okay, I improve the UX later, and I just write my XBase plugins and make everything work like TopWire or Hotwire wouldn't exist. And then on top of that, you can put TopWire and just do a little bit small adaptations, and then you get these great results. And I would say it's also possible in existing, for existing projects or websites. So I have a customer a few years ago asked me if I could make a form more dynamic and have it in place to be replaced. And I said, yeah, it's possible. It's probably 3 days. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what needs to be done there. So, and now I just can say, yeah, I'm ready in 5 minutes. Is that okay? It's too expensive. And what I also want to highlight, thank you, is that what I try with TopWire is not to just throw another tool over the ceiling or over the fence and say, okay, here's another tool, just use it, have fun with it. But I really try to look closely what issues do we have, what problems do we want to solve, especially within our TYPO3 projects, and provide a clean TYPO3 integrations for these problems rather than just adding another tool to the table. So to show you what I mean with that, one last demo. And that last demo is here. So that's a regular form. I can show you the form. That's my slides. That's the PHP store I wanted. I mean, you can love or hate HTML. You can love or hate the form framework in TYPO3, and especially combined with this large YAML. But it's really powerful, and you can define really powerful things in there. So this here is basically not this. This here is basically a form framework form. YAML, multiple fields, but you don't see any fields. That's because the form framework allows to define conditional rendering, which are evaluated server side. So if I select something here in this select box, then if I submit the form, then new fields appear. But that's annoying, right? That's crappy user experience. How would the user experience be if I just select here and then it appears? And then I select something else and new fields appear. And then I try to submit this, and then I see this error message because, yeah, it's invalid, it's required. And then I start typing, and since it's now valid because I've typed something in here, it's not read anymore. And as you can see here in the network tab, it's true that every thing I type here, I get a network request, but it's usually these network requests in a regular setup, I would say, are decently fast, that it's fine, that you can do so. And it's really great. Now I can say submit, and then it would work, or I can just select something else here maybe, and that's how the form is designed, that if I have sector 2, I get a next step, and everything just works, right? I submit, I type, it gets instantly validated, and yeah, that's just basically what I have done for that is I defined here in my rendering options that I want to have a dynamic form, and I have some actions defined here. That's technical stuff, which it's currently in implementation detail. I could imagine having a nicer API for that, just having a property saying, yeah, just have it a dynamic form or something like this. Yeah, so that's basically possible right now, or something like this. This is just one example for forms, but as you've seen, my focus wasn't lost. I was typing, and the form was dynamically updated, not just everything in HTML just swapped out, but intelligently updated. All right, so that's basically it. I would say there are many, 1 minute, all right. There are many options to provide great UX, and I don't say this is the only option you have. There are many, it's a multiverse, right? That's a multiverse, basically. At least it's a pretty picture. But I think it's a reasonable and decent one to put on the mix, and it comes with very great trade-offs. So I would say TopWire is more fun, less work, basically. and it's available soon. Wait, actually it's available now. So not now, so I didn't time it, so I published it a few hours ago, but it's a public GitHub project right now. I have still a lot of issues in there which you can observe. There's no release yet, it's just the source code for now, but you can have a look, you can check it out, you can play around with it, and please, please give me feedback how you like it. Thanks. Questions?
Really great, thank you. Just for my understanding, to be able to use the functionality in the form framework and for the FE login form, you have overwritten every fluid template in your TopWire extension, right?
No. Actually, that's one part of the integration I meant. I added basically a standard webhook.
Ah, okay.
And that's for adding the frame, that's all you need to write. For adding a frame to every content element, that's everything you have to write. You write standard wrap, turbo frame wrap field, and then field just says if this field is a 1 or Boolean true, then wrap it around the turbo frame. That's all. And the rest is just other frame options, which I also made possible to apply with this standard wrap. So that's one option. You can use JavaScript and thus the content element checkboxes, or you just write it in the free templates.
Great, makes the whole thing even better.
Hi, thank you. If you use the out-of-bound rendering from the TopWire, is it cached? So if another user is using the same one, is it using the page cache?
It's using the page cache if your plugin says it's cached. And I do some magic in there. It's a great question because it's the same URL. Basically, it's the same URL, but different headers are getting sent. And I'm taking care that if this header is sent, then that's a different caching entry than without the header. So,
can you show me how long it takes for a single request?
We can look at this one here. I mean, it takes as long as your TYPO3 response is, right? So I can ask you how long does a TYPO3 response for rendering a plugin if you have a page type and rendering only this plugin. So it's 500. It could be 500 milliseconds on my system here, which is a pretty up-to-date MacBook. It's, I don't know, 30 milliseconds, 50 milliseconds, and in a crappy hosting, it's around 100 to 200 milliseconds. And the TopWire dev is in a it's not a crappy hosting, it's a slow hosting. It's a cheap hosting, and you can see on TopWire Dev, you can explore it. It's just all Inkle, the cheapest package, basically what I could get, and it's not really fast. And sometimes it's slower, sometimes it's faster, so it's a shared hosting. But it's fast enough to do things like interactive forms, for example. It's probably not fast to implement Google Maps or something like this, but that's probably also a bad idea to do it this way.
No, I mean in difference to the normal page request.
Oh yeah, it's a little bit faster, but not a lot, to be honest. It also depends how much other things you're rendering on the page, and yeah, it's a little bit faster.
Thank you.
You use a custom HTML tag here. Is this valid according to the current HTML standard?
It's a valid HTML tag because the Hotwire implements a custom element, which is browser API. It's a regular custom element which
okay, it's
implemented.
HTML component.
It's a web component basically.
Ah,
yeah.
okay.
It's a web component which is implemented by Hotwire, Hotwire Turbo. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any further questions? There's one question, I guess. Oh, or don't we have any time? Or? No?
We're good for another one.
Oh, okay. Ah, there's also one. Ah, I haven't seen that. All right, thanks.
Hey, thanks for the talk. I was wondering, I like the concept of dynamic islands because HTML has accessibility usually built in if you use it in a certain way.
Yes.
How does that work for something like TopWire? I would imagine it's just ARIA live, as in you just add the attribute that there's a dynamic island, and then everything else.
That's a very good question, and I'm not sure if I can properly answer it. But so the question is, how do I tell users, probably without sight or something like this, that something has changed there? And I'm not 100% sure, but I'm sure that or what I know is that there are a few tickets in the repository talking about that and how this can be improved. So it's not in terms of accessibility, and especially that things are exchanged there. It's currently not in a state where I would say it's 100% accessible and there are no issues with it. So there are things to do in that area. Yeah.
All right,
thanks for that great question. Yes.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I just had a question, maybe a clarification for the context.
Yeah.
So requesting from the server just the context of the frame.
Yeah.
Is it still rendering the entire site on the server side and just returning the frame, or is
No.
it just rendering?
Yeah, it's a excellent question. Thank you very much. It's really rendering only the contents of the frame. It's really just hooking into the TYPO3 rendering process, throwing or not throwing away, but putting away the rendering definition of everything else and inserting the rendering definition of this exact plugin within this context, meaning this record. It's always TypoScript and the record, which makes it one thing that can be rendered. Yeah. Ernesto?
Thanks for the talk. My question is, could it be used to improve the performance of the first rendering of a page? So, for example, that a snippet is not really rendered at all in the first impression, but only doing the AJAX request?
Absolutely. So amazing questions. And if you, I mean, yeah, as I said, that's, I still have to improve the website, but actually there's a tutorial in here, and this tutorial is also actually using turbo frames, and that you get the animation here is just CSS, yeah, and you get full requests here with updated URLs. Anyway, that was not your question. Your question was, is it possible to destructure a page and make make parts of the page loading lazily or asynchronously? And that's absolutely possible because there are view helpers like this one. So let's imagine this one is a sidebar page template or is on a page template. Then I can say, please render the plugin named current date in the extension in this place. So I'm establishing the context and saying, okay, render the plugin. So then I would have the plugin rendered here. And that's really awful because that's an uncached plugin and then the whole page can't be uncached and that's not so good. But I can also say, I have a context plugin, the same current date, whatever, and I put this in a frame tag and tell the frame to load asynchronously. And then what is inside the frame is not the rendered plugin, but a placeholder, which is rendered when the page is cached. And then when Hotwire sees this frame and sees, oh, there's a source URL, which I should load, then this URL is loaded, and then you get, yeah, basically this. And you can do this for plugins. There's also a view helper to have a context for just a TypoScript snippet, so you can render menus like this, or mega menus that they are not rendered. There's also, I haven't tested it yet, but Hotwire Turbo comes with lazy loading frames, so when they are not on the screen, they are not loaded. So that's also possible, but I haven't experimented with that. I can't say how good it works, but in theory, this could also work. Yeah, but this one comes out of the box. So you just write it down and say async, and then you have this part or this plugin, whatever, asynchronously loaded. Yeah. All right. Any further questions?
If you have more JavaScript on your page and want to listen, if something new is loaded, are there events you can listen to? And
yes. Yeah.
do you recommend using it if you have a lot more JavaScript logic?
Yeah, thank you. Very great question. In the last talk, Andreas suggested that it's probably not a good idea to use Turbo on a page where you have a lot of additional JavaScript, but that was really Turbo Drive, which is, the idea of Turbo Drive is capture every link on the whole page and then try to transition whole pages from click to click and fetching them via Ajax. And then, of course, JavaScript that listens to the load event from the browser just doesn't work anymore. So that's what I would say is not recommended. And with TopWire, I disabled Turbo Drive, actually. You can still enable it, but it is disabled. But with this island of interaction, what is great, you just define this frame. And inside this frame, there's no additional JavaScript which is loaded, most likely, loaded within this frame. So you're totally fine. If other JavaScript is on the page, other links just work like before, right? The browser is loaded, and then other JavaScript listens to the load event, and they apply. Yeah, but yeah, if you have additional JavaScript, for example, on a single page of news, then it could be tricky. Then I admit that. But the most cases, I would say, work just fine. But there's another question in there. There are other events which are fired by Hotwire, actually. So you could, if you want to adapt your JavaScript and to listen to that, you could do so. They are fired on the document, so you can just say document add event listener, and then you say turbo.fetch or turbo::fetch and before fetch, and yeah, there's a list on the Hotwire documentation for these events. All right, so further questions? If not, I would like to thank you very much.